Enggak, gue nggak ke warnet hari ini, ngapain? Kenapa anjing? Apakah akan lancar ya guys ya? Bensin gue udah ini udah bisa PVP dan bensin gue udah bisa PVP. PVP udah bisa mabar goblok PVP aja. Iya, apa? Ya lo tau lah nickname gue apa anjing. Ntar aja gue mau nonton yang berlawan lipat anjing. Hmm, ntar aja deh. Bris ya. Ini mati siapa sih anjing? Mapik. Tadi gue oh gambir. Ke bris. Harusnya bisa lah. Lego, Lego, Lego. Kenapa gue silang? Ini. Di bawah mentari tertawalah menyari. Aduh, gue pengen butuh kalau flash disk butuh yang berapa GB dan kalau mau install Windows ya. 8 GB-an berapa ya ini? Itu gue pernah beli flash disk buat aja. Halo, mengenai selain ya RT gue nih. Gabut aja. Lo ada flash disk dulu? Gue ada kayaknya. Goblok. Emang iya nih gue lagi nonton. Aaron, Feren mana? Oh Feren nih. Itu mapik bila itu bisa lah tadi ada yang mantul atau siapa. Tadi mapiknya mapik gambit gitu. Kata Opang. Tes tes. Error gue tadi. Nah, sini Discord anjing. Ya Allah, semoga ada ceking. Ting ting. Freak banget bangsat. Cuma lancar ya. Masa bendera Fnatic gue deh. Ya, terus ya, ntar lah gue benerin. Pas nonton Fnatic. Tanya dia live aja ngapain. Bagus juga ya. Ada legendary nggak? Apa? Rajin-rajin main tuh bagus. Navi. Fnatic yang nunjuk. Dia ada 4. Paling klonnya anjing taruhan. Lalu ribet. Ini sama kayak gue anjing mainnya. Ah, dia lebih enteng. Gue lebih enteng. Oke, dia kayak gitu. Oke, fine. Kali aja dong. Again and again anjing. Noi. Gue harus menang lawan dia. Ini apapun. Ulol. Freak anjing gue main CR. Decknya sama sama gue. Gak mirror banget cuman. Cream Sky, oh my god. Gue lebih oke. Wow. What? Agak seleknya sih mind blowing banget ya Liquid ya. What the fuck? Betul. What? What the fuck? Anjing. Betul. Dia masih belum tahu dua kartu gue kan. Gue udah tahu kartu dia. Ya, iya, Sky Sky nggak bisa jadi jurus. Eh, apa itu? Sabar, sabar, sabar. Sabar, sabar lagi, Bang. Ya, sama. Easy win. Kenapa tadi? Mantap di Vera. Ayo, tadi mau udah kok di Xbox, santai aja. Dia nggak beli balet, pakai ghost doang. Langsung, nah, tentu nggak mungkin ditembak anjing. Sayang banget. Buat cepet, satu peluru cepet mahal. Oh my god, mau tuh skin tuh. Dia nggak pakai. bahaya banget tuh posisinya Songkes, harusnya dapet info aja. Bahaya banget tuh. Tuh ini Vera. Ngetot gitu kan. Mampus. Aduh, mau beli ghost doang sama armor, gak ada balet. Oh iya, dia mau coba ya. Keren banget anjing, for second Spectre anjing lah. Kenapa keluar ada Stinger? Why gitu, why? Duitnya 4.800. Nge-spendnya apa duitnya? Oh, oh spendingnya. Oke, okay, spendingnya. 23.000. Beli OP 2, 3, 4. Vandal Spectre. Bisa gitu. Itu tadi yang ronde tadi tuh, setelah gue pikir-pikir emang salah soalnya posisinya jelek banget anjing. Ada pusing. They are so dead. Ayolah. Ngapain dia yang plan? Udah clean banget itu side. Sayang banget ini tadi kalau di clean plan. Ya kalau segitu ini ya buat ulti or sayang aja. Kalau lagi habisnya ada OP dia pakai ulti sayang ya. Ini buat Sedos, ulti Sedos kan lumayan anjing buat main cepat, early info. Kalau gua gituan, lo ada ulti anjing, diganti lo Spectre. Breeze sih, jadi wajar ganti Spectre, cuman lo ada op anjing, it's still fine right if you use that fucking. Oh Devo pakai OP. Oh ini di Chronicle. Ngapain di chamber Devo, gila sih nggak dapet satu sih, kecewa gue. Tadi aja gue dropin OP, tadi gue pakai OP gitu aja anjing. Kontrolnya dia nggak kontrol gue 3 orang gitu ya anjing. Itu untung chamber tuh bagusnya gitu anjing, Kalau kalau gue pakai Viper ya, kalau gue pakai Viper nih, Viper, misalnya gue jadi ini Vera, gue main B kan, main B, taruh smoke sini nih, biar gak kena trapnya dong, nice banget. Aduh, beuh, nih, itu nice banget. Ya lah nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain aja. Nice jump topik. Cuma Scream pakai kayak aneh juga anjing. Scream loh ini loh bangsat. Babang one tap, babang jet, babang better. Reina banget. Jadi support anjing. Oke. Ditampar gak sih? Oh, current map brief bulan nih. UI-nya sekarang makin bagus sih Valorant nih. Udah ada ultinya sini. Apa jumlah utilities? Boom. Dia pakai ulti nggak sih? Oh, gue nggak lihat tadi. Oh, pakai. Batas pakai Spectre ini. Fikar kami semua. Banyak yang pakai 4 second loh anjing. 4 second tuh best vandal in the. Lumayan nggak kicau. Harusnya nggak ketahui sih ini Vera di situ anjing. Iya betul. Sumpah. Mantep banget nih Vera anjing. Why is he here? Masih semua orang pasti gitu anjing. Viper Pet ya masih ada di sono. Anjing. Timingnya dari mana lu bisa nge-cross dari situ ke situ tuh kapan anjing? Tutup pilar ya GH. Mukanya segitu banget kan. Si anjing nomor kan. Oh, what the fuck? Apa? Bentar. Chill out. Chill out. What the fuck is that? Nggak kena cek, nggak bakal dicek dong. Bentar. Ya kan gini. Oh itu, tadi itu buta. Dapat lu anjing si Devo. Brian Shock anjing jatuhnya. Lama itu ngobrolnya. Force by dilakuin namanya. They are so dead. Enggak deh. Oh iya, masalahnya ini nih mindset. Chamber tuh yang di ini. Link tuh jago banget pakai pakai Viper. Ngehold dia tuh jadi Jakar bagus banget anjing. Dia mati. Gara-gara Timber itu Sentinel. Aduh, sayang banget. Nih, um, 2 lawan 4 loh. Pick favorit gue kalau kalau si Liquid main ya. Oke, Jumpy Chamber oke. Link jadi Viper. Soul ke Sova. Scream Reina atau Jet. Udah, ya Nivera aja. Use that fucking agent lah. Tadi Thrifty nggak sih jatuhnya? Force Boy kan? Enggak deh. Nice one dah. Link pakai Sova nih lah. Tiga inisiator anjing. Tiga inisiator loh. Gubernur rumah. Mahal Hasdo. Itu mantul kemana ini? Heavy rotation. Heavy rotation. Kenapa? Em, em, Emer Emernya di Europe itu titik ya terus itu scream aja titik tep bangsa titik loh. Nah, nice jumping, nice scream. Udah, jangan tak kabur aja, jangan tak kabur, udah, udah. Nivera bisa OP sih, cuman pasti kasih ke jumping sayang banget. Nivera OP-nya jago cu. Tak kabur momen kalah pro player. Ya Allah, satu map aja. Gambit menang ya Allah, biar Fnatic cepet. Amin. Nah, dia seleksinya hebat aja. Gak mungkin save rat, gak mungkin. Udah nih gambit anjing udah kalah satu. Gak mungkin save rat. Sayang banget ya. Yap. Coba kok jadi indah. Kono. Moto canto berkurite moto canto te. Gimana tadi? Kok nggak lihat? Lagi bengong. Masa sih kena Trifty lagi? Udah berapa kali nih anak kena Trifty? Oh, sumpah ini gue support banget. Tuh, nggak ketahuan, nggak bakal kena kick anjing. Itu menang. Cuman ya emang itu posisi bagus anjing, cuma jarang kepake doang di kompe ya. Soalnya terlalu rezeki di pikiran. Padahal siapa yang ngecek situ anjing? Orang pasti dari misalnya dari kalau dari kanan oke, okay, susah lah. Dari kiri nih, dari mid tuh kayak dia pasti bakal ngeceknya ke kanan dulu tuh ke tembok habis itu kiri. Terlalu banyak angle buat ngecek kalau kalau dia bukan smoker atau neon atau phoenix. Boleh gitu. Bagus sih. Lu bisa agak kayak wall kayak gini tuh bagus kenapa? Lo wall, lo agresif ke sini, musuh gak bakal dapat info aja kecuali dari sini. Lo dari sini nih. Ntar misalnya dua orang lah, ada yang sini ngekontrol sini, ada yang ngeliatin sini. Nah harusnya sih dapat. Wait what? Apa sih ada apa sih? Gue nggak lihat. Tadi gue merhatiin ini. Gue nih sini nih, ngekontrol sini. Umpet lah di sini nih bisa nih anjing. Oh, miskin banget. Nyampe lo udah. Alhamdulillahnya. Aduh sayang banget. 2100 dari 2500. Next one bisa beli. Ah, dikit lah. Nanti deh. Dapetin. Uh, dapat dapat satu sih lumayan banget. Gas banget soal kas flanknya anjing. Uh, wow, let's go. Itu dia lah phantom yang ku suka karena ku suka phantommu. Nggak sia-sia gue beli itu phantom. Babang scream make babang one tap make phantom itu anjing. Strateginya mid control langsung kan nice ya, dapat info. Ada tank 3 lawan 5 ya, ada sofa. Nice. Sekarang masih ada ini sih trial blazer, dapat info satu dekat tuh fitur nih. Gue itu mati di mana soal ini si jump eh soul cash. amat ya sih, sayang banget. Masalahnya sebenarnya masih ada Kyle Razor kan, anjing, masih ada anjing. Oh, ya, ya nggak masalah. Kalau Shadows nih, Shadows bawa flash satu tuh baru masalah. Sekarang nggak masalah, masih ada soul test aja flashnya. Shadows flash satu, gue udah cuma di flash rank. Kyle Razor buat ngelot. Dia flash so lihat anjing, ya Allah, bisa-bisaan. Nah, 2 lawan 3 terus kan 4 lawan 5 terus 5 T DNT. Gue udah ngomong liquid, gue pengen banget liquid menang lawan Gambit, cuma gue pengen banget lawan Gambit menang biar Fnatic cepet main. Nice banget oke. Apa? 3 lawan 4 ya. Duh, Solskjaer gak punya utility banyak. Ada ikon aja 5 detik, Bos. Gak sabar. Apa-apa sih beli armor semua. Udah langsung portal lagi, udah kena blindfold, udah gak ada info maksudnya. So, iya, itu susah. Mas banget jumping. Gue gue liquid anjing, gara-gara ada bebang scream. Suaranya masuk gak sih? Gue bingung deh. Oh gak masuk ya? Nih gak ada audio nih ya. desktop audio. Banyak tetap. Oh ya. Nah, I mean audio, cuk. Desktop audionya. Oh, ini kah? Karena how? Waalaikumsalam, waalaikumsalam. Udah tadi. Oh, coba.
From Chronicle, because you saw one of them come into play almost instantly. Like Shados is just waiting for that trap to pop, insta swings, and his opponent can't like try and shimmy out of the way or do anything about it. He just has to hit the instant shot, which easier said than done when you don't know where your opponent is. Ultimate gone, but there's a couple more coming online. The problem is the financial position that Team Liquid find themselves in. You lose 3 players in the previous round, you almost have to take this one as a bit of a hit, other than Soulcast, who had a few extra credits.
Well, Yumpy's going to be trying to get some damage done with that operator in hand, but they're not going to commit this towards the A side. Instead, trying to capitalize on the control that Soulcast has already got up through mid. That's where the operator's going to be joining him and looking to pick off a head or two. I expect this to be a pretty slow round from Liquid. I mean, really, this is where you just let Yumpy run wild and try to have his own round.
See if he can take things into his own hands. Doesn't have anything to help him escape at this point, and it's definitely a little bit awkward, but nobody's really going to go fighting. Eventually,
second tag.
Yeah, we'll see the drone taken out.
Nah, ini suaranya.
Shots to do it, and now they're going to try and burst into this B side.
Masalah audio yang tidak muncul di OBS dan bagaimana penyelesaiannya. Pastikan Anda melihat dari awal sampai akhir, jangan di skip ya.
Enggak, gue skip.
Kita lihat ketika kita sudah memulai video capture device. Video capture device ini adalah audio yang terhubung dari webcam saya. Ini kebetulan saya pakai webcam, di mana webcamnya ini adalah support audio. Ini scene baru kosongan, maka di sini akan muncul desktop audio dan mic out dan audio. Nah, kalau dua ini tidak ada indikator yang berjalan, maka seperti tadi saya katakan, ada kesalahan pada settingan. Ya, saya kembali ke scene setting dan audio dan mic auxiliary audio. Ini warnanya merah. Nah, di sini sebelah kanan device not connected or not available. Nah, masalahnya itu di sini. Ini kita ganti, kita klik, sesuaikan dengan drivernya masing-masing. Nah, realtek, gitu ya. Maka ketika kita recording, ya play seperti ini. Audio ini karena saya menggunakan realtek, nanti disesuaikan teman-teman. Dan pastikan mic out ini bergerak, yang lain dimatikan kecuali kita mau play video. Misal ini saya buka YouTube ya. Ya, saya coba play video.
Good opening, Shane Austin. A little bit. Will go off a little bit late. He's able to grab vision, and this is
Uang seharusnya tidak diam.
doesn't quite reach. It's cancelled out. They say don't know that he's all the way to the Spotted Solkis eliminated a second follow suit. And now the spike is in Ned's hands. This round is done. Control for Gambit 10-8. And Liquid have got to be kicking themselves. They've isolated the player on ping. They tried to deal with him even with the numbers on their side. And him suppressed. They were not able to take down Nats.
Well, that's the worst thing about it. Like, they suppressed him so that all of his utility dissipated, and it just proves that Nats doesn't need any of it. Just reposition even activates it all just as they finally look to kill him off. And yeah, he has to be one of the most irritating players to play against in the entire world. Like, he is incredibly good at what he does. 10-8. I feel like Liquid are almost falling into the traps of Gambit every single time. Look. A free kill. It's too easy for him and even hits the tap onto Soulcast as well. Nice shot from Yumpy, but doesn't garner anything from it. Okay, Nats is going to go back.
Yeah, gonna be finding one. You know, not often you see a sheriff kill from somebody playing as a chamber. And Yumpy's already out of those bullets. Oh, not quite reaching all the way.
Toxins going up. Poison orb emitting.
This stage really for Team Liquid, I'd look at even where their wall is. It's not granting them that easy access to the A side. A lot of hope's going to be dwindling, but power in numbers is how they're going to default to. Oh, well, that's the spike down. Well handled by Chronicle. Yumpy's low HP, so shouldn't be too much of a threat. But he's Yumpy, so that's on me. I'll take that one.
You had to say it, didn't you? He's still got 44 seconds to play with. There you go. Defo's there to close it out. But 11-8.
Okay,
that's the thing. Like, Gambit's defense at the moment is looking far more proactive than what we saw from Liquid. That's it. Like, Liquid were playing with this composition because they had so much information. Whereas, well, the power of Jet and what's always been there is the fact that you can go fact-finding yourself. And Defo's just been pushing and prodding them throughout the entirety of this map. You've got Shados there as well to have those guiding lights to find extra information for them when they need it. And then you've just had Chronicle.
Maaf ya guys ya, tadi nggak ada suara.
Again, like, I think he is making the strongest of arguments for himself being the best player in the world.
I was just seeing in the background there. I'm not sure if, because obviously we've got this new hood, beautiful stuff down the bottom. See all the abilities and stuff. I love it. But can't see the round timelines, obviously, which is the one downside. But a timeout here for Team Liquid does seem to make sense. Gambit have strung together a lot of rounds at this stage. They've been in complete control for quite a while now. And Team Liquid, yeah, they're going to take the moment, sit back, talk to Sliggy, and try to figure out this attacking side.
Nada lah.
It's still
Pikannya jelek tuh. Link pakai Sova tuh udah aneh banget. Makanya tuh Link gak efektif kan? 7-17 Asis 7 gak ada efektifnya Link pakai Sova.
Economy of Chronicle and Defo and how they're able to constantly give themselves buys. Well, they also have a ton of credits on Gambit.
Oh, it's so dirty. He doesn't get the kill, but there was no way they were expecting him to just swing back out.
Did you know about
that was pure panic on the other side. Defo wants to go back for more. He is not done fighting. There's already been a trade back and forth with one kill coming in and Scream able to make it a little bit better. But
sayonara Link. Udah bye-bye dah anjing, alhamdulillah. Enggak.
Look at this. Okay, we got a fancy other one. Thank you very much, production.
27 and 12.
And look at this.
Nih. Gue ngomong apa data ya. Gue ngomong sama data ya. Gue nggak ngomong sembarangan loh. Gue mau ngomong sama data loh. Gue ngomong pakai data loh. Gue ngomong pakai data nih. Map aja.
Last time we saw them play against Ascend in that grand final. Ascend only managed 2 rounds on their attack, and that's with CNED. So, like,
I'll even
this way. It is hard
expand
on this side of the map. Shados still lurking within. Did he peek out of that, or did he just headshot him straight through the screen?
Itu Cypher. Dan Cypher itu bagus. Cypher itu bagus. Can I saw this and this? And this?
Now with this, I mean, Team Liquid again having some promise in the early round, but things start to switch in the other direction.
Ini mah nih tuh. Emang harus ada duelis tuh. Scream. Ini udah komposisi bagus anjing. Iya even Solkes jadi sofa. Nggak perlu ada KO.
Chronicle and Defo close it out with them. It's 13-8 and 2-0 as Gambit started out
jago banget. Link tuh pakai Link pakai Cypher tuh bagus buat jadi jangkar.
Probably the best map out of Gambit when it came to champions, and Liquid gave it a go
Apaan dah?
on their defensive side, but Gambit just looked unstoppable. So many strong individual players.
Bro, why you fucking use that agent? Kenapa Link pakai sofa?
We've still got a set to see, which there'll be plenty of arguments to be had with that one, but that was an impressive display, and in a lot of cases it was almost a flawless display. Like there were a lot of rounds where it was almost like they just switched a gear.
Yeah, it really does feel like exactly what we feared coming into today. The desk spoke about it, we spoke about it here. Gambit looked good on Breeze, and we hoped Chronicle would do well. Like you said, he did an unreal 28-12 on that map. There was really not a lot going for Team Liquid at the end of the day. That's a great start for Gambit. Our grand finalists of champions certainly not cooling down to kick off the season. They still have a lot of games. Honestly, though, that's one of their harder games already out of the way. Look, Tom, we've talked about these guys over on Gambit. I don't think there's going to be much debate on this, but let's ask the people anyways. Player of the match, guys. Who do you think it is? Head on over to @ValleySports_ENA.
CR dulu ya guys ya.
Vote in. You have three options. Those are Chronicle, and oh no, we have actually put other people. Shadows and Nats potentially. But you know, if you're not voting for Chronicle, you did not watch this game. That was unbelievable. Tom, you want to put any points out there for any of the other contestants? You feeling Nats
that's
deserves
the thing,
it?
guys. Look, I know you guys love Nats. I love Nats too. I know he's very popular. Love his stream, but at this time it's Chronicle,
Give it
right?
to him,
Like you just got to accept that he was the best player today and vote for who was the best player of the map, okay? Because honestly, fantastic performance. Whole team was great though, and as said, like when it comes to online Gambit, we always have a few questions. Like Defo's definitely one of them. He was great today as well, so solid start to them. I'm also really curious, and I want to know if the desk thinks this too. That looked like a Sliggy comp to me. How long before we go back to a Scream comp?
Okay. Well, let's keep an eye on that as the season progresses. For now, though, I think we're going to throw things off to a break. Our analyst desk is eager to get back and break down that series, but it's not the last series of the day either. So don't go anywhere, because plenty more Valorant action coming right after this.
I wait for that guy, bitch. Aduh, annoying banget teknya.
Red Bull gives you wings. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win.
Apaan sih decknya anjing?
Once again, you did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you
Decknya annoying banget, cuk.
but you gon' have to try again next year. Oh yeah, I've been shooting in the gym, getting it. Oh yeah, watch me how I ball, watch the Rangers fall. Yeah, I've been on my grind, team been winning. Oh yeah, they hate it when I shine. I'm like, give me mine. Yeah, I see you wanna win my rings, but you don't wanna win my team. Yeah, I see they wanna say the same thing, but we don't really know what you mean. Yeah, I'm royal with the crown, been top shelf, that's a king. Yeah, y'all fill a cup with the lean, but I'ma fill it up with
Anjing! I don't understand why Liquid so trash. Like, what the fuck that pick? Gue gara-gara ngacangin Valkyrie-nya cuk tadi cuk kalah. Udah, direct attack aja. Wah anjing witch. Anjing minion dewasa sakit banget. Minion dewasa anjing.
They got the job done, a clean 2-0 against Team Liquid in their debut in 2022 for VCT EMEA. A lot of that on Breeze came down to Chronicle. He was the MVP, technically the best, one of the best players in the world as well in 2021. And coming into this one, you guys, I feel like Chronicle might still be one of the best players in the world.
It was, you always remember that ace against Crew, right? Like that was the moment that I think really pivotalized his year, but when you get an ace in an eco round after losing the pistol in the way that he did, it's ridiculous. For the first showing of him on that agent, he looks one of the most comprehensive and so good across multiple agents now, which makes him even better.
I think when we were looking at what Gambit did on the attack, I was kind of scared, but because they were back onto their old ways of this, let's just be patient, let's just wait around a little bit. But of course, they have to do it. Liquid are playing with triple initiator. They're going to have a lot of information to play with. The problem is the more time that they gave and the more space that they just give as a gift to Team Liquid, the harder it was for them to
Annoying banget anjing Dekes spam. Cuma bagus buat dicontoh.
Was, lacking a little bit of that firepower or that, explosiveness.
Do you feel like that did come down to the
at least gue dapat satu lah, yo, come on, baby, oh kon.
Also Gambit played amazingly, like the fact that Chronicle was going for the kills.
Chronicle is so fucking good, like really good.
He was also playing around the 0 point and he was not being caught.
Gue harus ganti deck, cuman miskin gue anjing. Gue harus pakai deck gini, gue harus pakai deck ini. Tapi which gue level 10. Ini gue level 10, kadang level 12. Lock sih gue butuh sih.
Like the amount of utility that they can just route. They were playing off of the sites, they were trying to play in ratty angles and stuff.
Kalau gue mau menang gue pakai deck itu anjing.
Download that early utility from the sky and the silver, the drones
Sudden death
being
anjing.
shut down, as Tom was saying. It felt like Team Liquid were on board, but as soon as you get to the attacking side of Liquid without a jet or an opening duelist to find that space, I think Gambit have never looked as mechanically good or as confident as they did. They were pushing multiple parts of the map at the same time and finding so much success for it because there's not an aggressive duelist agent to maybe meet them on the other side.
And one of the things that we mentioned that was lacking there also in Icebox was, Team Liquid actually not calling for that timeout. It took them until round 20 to actually slow down things for a little bit and have a minute to actually talk about how they can improve the way that they're approaching the map. But the response coming in from Gambit being extra aggressive, going like, you're going to go for something more frontal, is just not going to happen. Playing off all the angles and just hitting the kills that they needed to close the map in the way that they did.
Yeah,
I think the main thing that I wanted to highlight overall shoved me along. We've been talking a lot about like Chronicle. We've been talking a lot about all of the different looks, I suppose, that we can see from Gambit, but feel like we're not talking about Nats too much. And there was one round in particular that helps you remember just how good
Nats udah biasa
is in a lot
aja.
of these situations. And it was a round
Jangan
where Team
ngomongin
Liquid
Nats
looking good on the
berlebihan.
sort of reset, ready to execute. So if I play it from here, it's a bit of an awkward position for Team Liquid anyway, just because the buy is so awkward. They've already lost players. They used the Seekers early on, and Nats has to move in this position. If I just pause it here for a second, the fact that the Seekers gets used, and he's originally, if I move this over a little bit, if it wants to move, it doesn't. We'll carry on. It's basically in this sort of position. If I just absolutely clear it now completely, we'll start again, sort of play it from there. The fact that Nats moves from elbow because the Seekers is going to find him, he gets into a position, he gets 0 pointed, and a recon dart in that combination shows that he's no longer in this corner. They know where he is, but 2 players don't expect him to have lurked all the way back into this position, and he catches both of them. It's just one of these positions where there's not been that many examples of Nats being able to do what he does best, but I think just the on-the-fly decision-making that he made in that spot, he's lurking in elbow, he's trying to catch people out on the reset, the Seekers gets used, which kind of ruins everything, but he still moves in a way that the Seekers...
Sabar ya, hemat kuota, ini pakai hotspot. Dia pakai deck golem. Ini sumpah gue kalau ini sih oh, what do you want? Anjing deknya annoying banget. Dek noi. Untung bukan dek kamu. Yeah. Kenapa kau tidak bisa berkata-kata walau ku sangat menyukaimu, Kacusa. Kira ada yang dapat melebihi karena kau berpaling ke arahku. Nah itu dia yang gue tunggu. NCR emot favorit anjing. Kok ininya enggak ini anjing. Kayak emot favorit. Iya. Gak kelihatan ya. Ini gue gedein. Udah mah gedein anjing. Bang nice Rai. Kenapa segini doang anjing? Walau ku sangat menyukaimu, Kacusa. Gue pengen nyoba deck, cuman deck gue ini legend kan nih. Gue naikin lock lah abisnya anjing. Mahal cuap budet. Oh ini fortune chest. Anjing ini bagus banget. Gue udah second level dong. Level gue berapa dah? 12 Mac. Guaranteed. Gue butuh anjing. Apaan? Oh deh, gampang lawan yang ini. Coba dong. Chain attack. Oh, nambah SPD. Jadi ketokot pakai juga mati kan? Darahnya seceng doang, Mik. Darah seceng doang. Ini Golden Knight darah berapa? 2000. Kalau Skeleton King 2300. Ya gue prefer Skeleton King lah. Like what the fuck? Walau ku sangat menyukaimu. Kenapa kita nggak buka Spotify? Andai kan gue ada OBS ya anjing, gue bisa live streaming game HP. Dua lagi gak sih? Dua gue 10 kali win streak cuk. Aduh lawannya ini ya. Enggak ada tempat ngumpet anjing. Mati gua. Ini assassin. Udah harusnya tahu dia deket gua mati. Mati gua anjing. Wah susah sih lawan dia. Nge-lag juga gua. Sinyal gua. Dah. Sakit cuk. Nggak begitu sakit dah kalau gua pakai dia. Anjing kecil banget. Wah gila sih, annoying banget itu legend. Annoying banget cu, dia bisa di mid range nya anjing banget. Apa dah? Apaan sih, annoying banget ya. Ya annoying Bigo. Kalau kalah sih gitu doang. Ya main lagi lah. Emers. Ayo Bi. I know you can do it. Bi gue di instant kill. Bi gue di instant kill. Bi gue loh. Iya, aku lupa cara lawan Amos tuh harus jarak deket. Kalau lo kabur poisonnya kena opang. Ulol. Lawan Ekop. Kalau Colt gak bisa main jauh sih gue harus main deket lawan dia. Anjing. Bisa ulti kan? Aduh, ulti gue masih cooldown. Susah cuk kalau jarak segini. Gak bisa. Gue baru menang sekali lu. 20 kali sih Fnatic. The world is never ending. Nih, mana annoying. Cuma sakit apaan dah. Ulti dia ready. Ultinya cuma jarak ngedeketin kita kan. Sakyo mo hajime masyoka. Mapnya jelek anjing buat B gua. Soalnya terlalu open. Wah, dia pakai gitu, sayang banget. Gua sakit juga kalau pakai B lawan dia anjing. Jauh. Sorry. Duh, spike lagi lah nih. Spike. Ngapain dah? Kaktusnya spike ngapain dah? Ya Allah, salah pencet ulti ya guys ya. Cuk, sakit cuk. Easy. Mekuri story. Kok nggak ada suaranya? Ada nggak sih suaranya anjing? Ada deh. Renaku yang kamu suka naik. Anjing nanggung cuk. Nanggung nggak sih anjing? Gue pengen main Liga dah. Makan belakangnya 24 jam males lah. Mokono. Hey, Bibi, sarate dake small. Real that check this Aminicha. Fnatic. One Piece hari ini ya? Kita baca One Piece dulu ya guys. Iya. Real da check this yaki haki haza mogok dase frontier. Sekalian di sini enggak sih? Manga. That and Nante. Bentar, gue lihat telegram dulu, anjing. Telegram gue mana dah? Takutnya libur kan gue nggak tahu ya. Katanya kok bakal ada iklan anjing. Mana dan kok? Nggak boleh membacakan. Kita baca di sini aja. Sekarang tanggal berapa ya? Nah iya, benar. Always same. Jadi room silence anjing kece banget. Jadi Nori Nomi tidak berguna ya. Corazon ente. Inoch no higa quiero sono himare aro eteko. Gigi banget. Bokurawa inoch no hino Mamore suzukete funai da yoku. Igoku jana romaeta. Wait. Indonesia akan datang sini sih. Indonesia akan menuju sini. Maksud lu gajah yang tertulis di jurnal, dan betul sekali. 800 lalu dia telah berbuat kesalahan. Dia adalah teman Joy Boy. What the fuck, bro? Nani, Indonesia teman Joy Boy.
Instead of Fracture, can you feel comfortable enough? G2 did.
Yeah. It's also
Akhirnya aku bisa ngeliat aslinya Fnatic, anjing.
as well. They're ones of the teams.
Yang di band apa, ada Fraktur pasti.
That comfortable, like what is going through your
Band nama
mind?
Fraktur. Emang bandnya Fnatic sama Fraktur Fnatic tuh gak ada lawan. Fraktur, band Fnatic gak ada lawan. Gak tahu sih, semenjak ada player baru. Noni pakai emot novel. Noni.
Yeah, G2 have looked pretty strong here. I mean, I feel like it's a bit of a deja vu. We had Icebox in the first matchup as well.
Gigi sekali.
Just complete surprises left, right, and center. However, Kukuka, I feel like on this one, it's going to be a different story when it comes to the age of things.
Yeah, it's not only that, it's a different story, it's a different background as well, because on the first encounter we had Gambit and Liquid that were literally waiting from champions to play on
Arawareta sono mama dasita Shirana kata koto o si ete kureta.
experiencing officials that be able to actually test things in a way that actually matters. I'm not saying the frag zone, but you know what I mean. So of course Fnatic are going to have to work with that. Are G2 going to make any changes knowing that, you know, they have to go back to adapting onto Kellogg's, and how many changes can we expect from a Fnatic that, you know, didn't look the cleanest by the end of the year?
The composition I think the Fnatic used to run is very straightforward, like the Jet, Silver Sky, like that
Nanti.
kind of thing. So just with Magnum on the Killjoy, with the switch around, would it mean that both would be playing Sage?
Let
That'll be like an interesting.
Yeah.
It's hard to have
Go
those kind of like dipping games.
Fnatic.
What we saw from Champions with Fnatic on Icebox was the Sage walls used in post plants to stop that utility and like using it for retakes in those kind of situations. That's what I'm curious about, and I think it's probably easier to call on Sage if you're making those kind of plays.
I also got to say, the champions, when they were playing the stage on Icebox, it wasn't clean, right? How many times have we seen them miss a wall or
yeah.
mistime something? It just didn't really work out for them, right? So maybe this is where they turn things around a little bit.
Yeah, and I think it's a great trial by fire for Durka. Like it's always a case of like he can perform online. Obviously, that's the sort of narrative. Is it going to suit into that? What is Fnatic going to change?
Go
But it's,
Okinawa.
select now and have a look. It is
Let's go, Brand. Booster with a fucking Sage. Brave. How can I call it? Brave F. Brave F. Kan oke, Mystic, Durke, Magnum, Booster, Kellogg's, Hoodie, Meadow, Nuk Ai sama Kellogg. Brave. How can I shout it? How can I shout it with a Brave AF?
Yeah, totally.
Brave as fuck.
Talking about, you know,
How?
the entire adaptation. I want to see clean rotations over the map. I want to see a Kellogg's that is not being completely shut down and lost and not feeling actually, you know, part of the team after being away and then being back in.
Well, this is it. We haven't seen Fnatic play this year, but we have seen G2 through the qualifiers. Let's see what both of these teams can do on Icebox. Over to you, Mitch and Tom.
Yinsu bisa aja itu cowok lu Yinsu. Chiskana sore notte tamerai no sugata mera naindaka Jigo yoki is dark era serede moika Taisetsu na narita shirita inda
Yeah, and it's an interesting story.
La
because
la
of
lonely.
initially, like not being in the first qualifier, coming in for the second one, being one of the difference makers, which actually helped them get through. it's almost like they had the time to practice more so with Mixo, and then Kellogg's was almost brought up to speed. So now they've actually had a little bit of extra time. Will he be up to scratch?
Mirarete ita kisikira edo kagaya ireta izumare wa uzurenai sonna koto omo kiga furukana ame agarata kimi no kare no ni oiratoka afureta kono ishun.
We're looking at all these teams that we haven't gotten to see for a little while now, coming into a new meta, into a new game.
Ya guys ya. Shani Indira Nasiyo. Ya geha ya geha ya heha. Hey, ya geha ya geha.
But there's a lot of changes, a lot of things have changed, and a lot of time has passed. Let's catch up with these teams and see where they're at. We're kicking things off here with Fnatic on the attack on Icebox. The pistol is going live as well.
Masih ada Mixwell.
A lot of ghosts for G2.
Mixwell aja udah nggak ada, cuk. Masih ada Nix. Mixwell ganti nickname apa gimana?
So it looked very good for them.
Sabar, lagunya gue
playing
matiin.
it themselves. So Fnatic clearly feeling very confident going into this series, not feeling the need to go for any sort of pocket pick that they might be saving for later in the tournament and sticking out on a map that, as we saw mentioned, hasn't had a lot of changes.
But he's up close on this. He could be in so much trouble. The timing is all that separates him from death. It looks like he's going to make it away. Be able to fight for a retake. A wall still online for him if he wants to try and deny the plant. We've seen a lot of teams go for that.
Beda. Ketek lah anjing.
For now, it seems G2 are just going to wait patiently and allow Fnatic to get control. And it's a good thing they did. A deep wall comes out of the attackers, and then they late split.
Nice banget.
Completely caught G2 off guard.
Magnum ke spot.
Yeah, these are the sort of pistol rounds that you
Nice banget.
The deep wall with reclaiming of any chance of the rotation, and well, Nuke is very good in these clutch situations, but I think a 1v4 in the pistol is going to be a little bit much. Nice start from Fnatic, and as I said, like this is their map choice. It's one that even though we haven't seen them since Champions, they've always been good at. Like I mean to the point of Summon FC always good at this map. So I would be very surprised if Fnatic came in and looked underwhelming. It's similarly to how we used to always talk about their bites. Like this has been one of their strongest for a long time. As said though, G2 are also comfortable on this map, and I feel in a way that, I don't know about what you think, Mitch, but picking an Icebox is always very risky because I don't think it's anywhere near as heavily leaning as other maps might be.
I think getting off to a poor start on this map, though, you can always get right back in. I mean, depending on what side you're playing. But here for Fnatic, they're in a little bit of trouble, to be honest. Look what they're up against. Double marshals as they run down the alleyway, but none of the shots are connecting. Fnatic are going to continue to move on forward with that, gaining themselves a lot of ground. And it's hard to use these marshals to get back in, especially now that the wall is there. Catching an angle is going to be tough.
Nice wall. Itu wall paling aman.
Just on the pistol.
Cuma Mystic udah kena darah
extra risks in this sort of round, almost aiming to try and get towards the Blade Storm. I'd say that on this map in particular, his Blade Storm may be more deadly than any other in the world with how aggressively he takes that A site back. For G2 though, this is the problem. Like you're stuck within the site trying to retake from yellow when you have a huge disadvantage.
Nice Rico, nice ulti.
Down assists coming through from the Viper lineups of Mystic as well, and they've gone for a counter wall here, but they haven't been able to get anywhere near this defuse. They're just trying to bait these remaining players from Fnatic in to try and get some final frags, but it's not going to be happening.
No, not a single one, in fact. And I don't think anyone's going to go down with that spike.
Terlihat efektif.
Wow. Double kill for it. All right, so look, a decent bit of damage off the back of that.
Anjing, anti.
Yeah, I definitely didn't expect to. I was thinking maybe the last player would go down, but the fact that a couple of them have died to the spike turns that round completely on its head, because in reality, that should have been a pretty clean round as we sort of started.
Orang Fnatic pakai buka gitu.
For anybody wondering, we definitely do know that the cams are backwards. So I'm sure there's someone out there that scratched their head like, what? I thought Avo was dead. How's he saving a people are definitely going to fix that. Don't worry.
Wait, gue mau ngomong anjing.
But hopefully we can keep things nice and clear for you as the round
Sayang banget Alpha nomor.
As you guys can see, we got a lot of new stuff for you here, new UI and all that sort of stuff. So I really like the way the maps at top left. This solves the. I bet there's still someone in chat. There's always someone in chat. Hey guys, who picked this map every time?
Oh, Dream, dark baby. Let's go.
Nuki's
Who picked map 3 though?
Oh, good point. Yeah, you got all the bands up there as well. Let's chuck in their full names. You know, what's Avova's first name? We need to know. Chuck it in. All you can see is the crosshair at the end of the day.
Fnatic have actually invested quite heavily into this one. They are not playing this as a bonus round whatsoever. They are gunning for that victory and maybe caught Nuki off guard in the early stages of the round. Now they do have the retake wall ready and set up, even using some of their utility early to try and deny space. Well, we got a little bit lost in the source, but they are going to be getting themselves a plant here.
Oh no, they're not. The
maybe
ball's
not.
broken immediately and straight away.
Bisa rotate gak sih?
They're gonna have to go to.
Ah, udah lama.
Maybe it's planning a little bit to the left, but no. It's losing Boaster. He's been headshot immediately.
Nice banget Mystic.
Plan to bait them out.
Nice Darko. 2v4 bisa.
Another player spotted.
Nice banget di spotnya. Beuh. Rapih banget anjing.
They've really just. I don't know how they've gotten away with that round. I don't want to say got lucky, but my God, that is not a round you win every day.
No, and it's one as well where I feel like other than just hitting their shots, G2 actually did everything right. Did really well to delay, denied the plants, and then you just have, they know exactly where they are at this
Jika
point.
langsung Magnum dapet banget bangsat.
Spectre, like just tunnel vision did a little bit too much, but yeah, flying start for Fnatic, winning what was sort of a bonus round, but not really. It does still give a couple of their players a lot of extra cash. And
Ya ente banget Mystic.
don't worry, Mystic, nobody saw that.
All good, it's all good. Those barriers sometimes.
Gak ada yang lihat kok Mystic santai aja.
You think? They're just gonna try to peek this headshot angle, but it's Nuki that he's up against if he does.
Itu wall brengsek sih. Itu wall brengsek sih. Demi Allah anjing.
Get some value having invested into the sheriffs and light shields. But we'll at least make sure Fnatic don't get away with all of those rifles.
Nice. Wih. Mentang-mentang player baru lu, jangan sombong anjing, jago banget. Oh. Tuh, itu dia. Dia Gambit tuh kurang kayak gitu. Tadi tuh yang pas gue bahas dia ngeplan, siapa yang ngeplan tuh? Si Chamber-nya Chronicle yang plan anjing. Sayang banget. Dorke, chill out baby, chill out.
They will die indeed, but as you said, just the one away made sense to go for it. 4-0, very, very strong start for Fnatic. G2 going to be buying up comfortably, getting his. Pause actually coming in, and this makes a lot of sense. I'm assuming that's G2 that are calling this pause.
Mystic so freak anjing. What the? Wait. Oh.
Yeah, the fact that you've got Magnum and Mystic both not dying yet, and Dirk only dying once, and actually Boaster only dying once as well, it kind of tells a story that, well, not the prettiest of ones at that. So, yeah, Fnatic, they've always been very good at this attacking side, and the Warriors as well, that we know that Dirk, especially on his defensive side, can cause any team issues. Now, it was highlighted by the desk. Ryan saying, you know what, I want to see that Kellogg's versus Dirk fight. Well, Kellogg's now has his operator online, and this is where the dynamic of this map.
Kellogg's opennya boleh sih.
He's gonna opt to try and get in the faces of Fnatic.
Mixwell pindah kemana dah?
Try and stop him from doing that. The one worry for me, Mitch,
Mixwell
is
lebih
that
bagus loh anjing.
ultimate economy, G2 are losing.
Apa ya dia udah masih Mixwell?
Yeah, they really are. As I said, if they lose this round, they're left with absolutely nothing. Fnatic definitely not in the same boat. Gives them a large amount of
Sayang banget anjing.
wiggle room to play with at the start, and their attacks. This is the other part, right? G2 are the
I
ones
mean,
that get
Mixwell
figured out.
is good
That
though.
have to constantly go to their backup plans, change up things. Well, it's gonna be Kellogg's pushing
Substitute.
mid. It's a big change.
Mixwell
Player.
substitute,
We see this
okay.
a lot. But they're close now. They'll be able to get the trade on this if he's not quick. And Kellogg's has made it out, dashing his way to safety.
Terlalu banyak
Poster, that mid play for
yang nahan satu angle.
shuts down.
Ini. Oh. Terus enggak ini. Enggak wireless enggak segitu. Kayak banget. 1v5 ya kali nge-save. I believe you can clutch fucking this, Magnum. Come on. See yourself lah. Lambaikan tangan ke kamera. Dia nggak mungkin ini clutch. 20 detik. 5 menit masih sanggup dia nggak clutch. 5 menit. Oh, gue belum mati ya, sayang mati gitu doh. Ya terus kebunuh lah. Never mind. Mainnya sabar ini. Let's go derke, let's go OP.
The thing that makes me feel comfortable that G2 are back in the game at this stage is the fact that was a dominant round. They played it disciplined. They did not look to lose control at any point in time. That was on the back of a mid-fight that went very much their way. Everything in the early round played perfectly into I want to say into their hands. Obviously, they had set themselves up for that. But now, coming into this round, as you said, Ultimate's online for Fnatic. There's a lot of pitfalls that G2 can fall into, and we're not going to see them attempt the same sort of early round ludicrous aggression. They are instead playing much more passive, playing towards the sites, and we're hoping that they'd find an opening with Kellogg's. But now that op's being spotted, it's not very likely that they'll be given a duel towards the B side.
Ayo Afova, kamu bisa pindah. Enggak, udah jangan pindah dulu Afova. Nah, Afova pindah yuk. Kamu gak ada ngeliat ini. Udah Darke. Kamu udah lebih dari aman di sana. Brave bisa OP nggak sih? Kasih Brave dah, Darke maju ke 11 round dar. Sumpah itu ronde Afova banget. Jegal net. Ente banget. Lo bisa revive. Darke jangan OP dulu ya. Dia taker mainin. Anjing dong, anjing ente banget. Nice banget. Nice. 1v2. Ya, ente.
What a good job now, having a rough idea as well. Oh, the peak's coming through. Boaster's rounded the corner just in time with a sliver of health. He'll get healed back up. He'll even pop the res. Now Nukia has to move quickly, rushing in towards that res, but he won't catch him. A 2v1 in Fnatic's favor, and they're running away. Nukia cannot catch them, so he tries to bait them into the open, already diffusing it halfway.
Yes! Let's go, Booster!
Kills for Boaster. This man's the IGL, but he's not afraid to get his hands dirty.
That is a round that G2 never should have lost. It never even should have been close. Like,
Anjing Booster GG banget, cu.
basically repositioning every
Gue lupa. Fnatic itu semuanya GG anjing.
this bit was. This is not the bit I would be replaying if I'm brutally honest. Because
Ini udah bagus banget,
both
Mokai.
players just running in different directions. I don't know if Mystic actually had a gun or was just trying to escape, but whatever it was, it ended up working out.
Itu masih mau OP lo, Dark lo anjing.
Watch out for Boaster.
What's this?
Crazy.
Back-to-back flawless rounds for G2, and then that's how it goes. A triple
Nete banget.
Kellogg's and a round loss in the end. It is a devastating.
Dark lagi bad timing ya anjing. Bahaya juga.
But at least G2 have picked
Cuma
up
di
the
defender sih Dark boleh ya.
seems to be incredibly strong so far in these defensive rounds, pushing up on multiple different angles, finding those duels, and it's going to start to play into Fnatic's mentality. But they have managed to push up towards this B side still. They're going to look for a plant here.
Observernya kayak Indonesia ngentot.
Clear the angles, and that's the back line's gone. We've seen this people wall a little earlier, used to deny a lot of those snake bites which people have been popping in. And Kellogg's, well, he's been spotted, but spotted his opponent as well. A lot of information currently for G2. The main worry is Boaster again in a fairly aggressive position. He's going to win the fight.
Enggak ada, so voice-nya nggak ada, Cuk. 1v2.
With him at least, but
Brave,
still, Brave
come
is
on.
here.
You got this,
Versus
baby.
two of Ova, low HP, even spots him to shock dart through, should be enough, and indeed it is. They know where he is, but time is on his side. He just needs
Aduh, dia.
through the wall, though.
Ente bat, ente.
So the defuse will be found. G2 will
Cuma Voven nekat juga ya.
once more. Fnatic are doing a great job of
Anjing.
fighting back into these rounds.
Dia low HP.
Worries me a bit more than it almost worries me a bit.
Sound please, sound check sound. Kung king.
Like Fnatic losing those early battles is not a good sign. Like the fact that Kellogg's has basically just been styling on them. But
You observer anjing.
almost looks like in a lot of really strong positions that either they do crumble
Sayang banget nih. Harusnya
incredibly close and well a lot of this
sumpah
just came
itu
down to
harusnya lo bisa
Shaw.
clutch.
He's someone that I think you can rely on.
I mean you
Scenarios, but they
nggak
should
usah ngepick
have
anjing.
needed to.
Darka masih mau OP bener ngentot.
Exactly it.
Come on Darka, your friend it yo.
For G2 would be flawless. One
Jangan dari atas dah, coba. Jangan dari high ground.
monster there, and they've certainly got a lot to back them up. 4 ultimates coming into this round, and
Nempel,
immediately
ayo.
we're gonna see 100
Atuh.
ultimates on Fnatic, that it's popped off.
Bah, nice banget.
Down, and it looks like Menno was gonna get hit by it, but Magnum beat him to the punch.
Bisa lo ngapain gitu lo.
Boaster just about hidden shot darts landing and he actually gets out of there.
Darka, come on baby.
Has been getting bombed by Kellogg so far.
4 lawan 4.
Every single
Aduh.
shot connecting. Rez comes through and brings it back into a 4v4 scenario. Still, there's a lot of after-plant utility, and in fact, they're even going to use a lockdown.
That defuse, though, that's gonna scare them. Movement's gonna be made.
Weh, seriusan lo?
He's still on it, and he's going to get it right under their nose. The snake bite comes in just a second too late, and G2 have found the round.
What are these rounds? And they're so backwards. Like each one, there's a team that has an inherent advantage, and then it's like.
Darka, ini masalahnya itu tadi.
It just sticks that all the way through. There was a lockdown.
Yalah, Darka,
They could
come on
switch
in.
utility. In fact, I think the snake bite even killed him just seconds after he got the defusal done. But Avova with no fear. That is not the first time in, well, I guess in this part of the tournament. We also saw him do that in the qualifiers.
Brave udah bagus.
On the B side of this
Nah, nyebutnya gimana sih anjing Brave? Brave. Ini main pasif aja. Nggak usah Darka pick, nggak usah Darka pick mista kabur pick ya GH.
Hoodie runs away, but Kellogg's, well, he takes that as an opportunity. Oh, there's players pushing here? Okay. Targets, you mean? And out he goes.
Nice, Darka.
Darka catches it.
Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah.
The back of yellow.
Okay.
First no res possible. Look at that. He's only got 2 charges towards it even after that kill.
It's an interesting wall though. He's locked himself into the back of the site.
Lu bisa clutch.
Came into the game as a jet operator, two-dimensional player. I was certainly not a fan in the very early days, right? I'm talking, when he initially jumped over, and obviously, what did every CS:GO operator player or op player do when they came to Valorant? They went, oh, jet, operator.
Masih nyoba OP anjing. Gak habis pikir gua. Nah ini ya emang flankernya di flank ya guys ya, susah banget, santai banget. dijual lagi, diomelin nama Mini. Darke, your OP is not good right now, okay? You should didn't use that fucking weapon. Okay. Just play for your team, okay? Just act like a fucking duelist in competitive. Oke langsung. Oke bos. Siap coach. Aku pakai pandal aja. Enable. Double tag lu susah. Kok gue pakai Viper gak pernah kayak gitu ya? Ulti semua di luar Viper ult, kadang mau yang paling gua, ujung-ujung mati gua. Nggak apa-apa Darka. You try your best. Winnable kan? Cuman kalah aja. Winnable kan? But still sama Yat. Santai banget. Dia megang OP ya? OP, santai banget. Halo Tobe.
Woi, DS dong.
Nobar. Ya, nobar gimana nih DS?
Enggak, maksudnya udah gue di DS aja.
Ngobrol. Gabut banget anjing.
Gak apa-apa, gue cuma satu batang habis itu tidur.
Ya udah, no. Ngapain?
Halo.
Ngapain anjing? Gue aja gabut.
Satu rokok, cok. Gue males main aja.
Oh, lo habis main?
Habis main gua.
Tadi ketiduran ya, guys ya.
Tadi apa sih? Siapa sih? Fnatic lawan apa? Gitu.
Gitu.
Lamannya G2 ini mah nih.
Ya gue belum berharap Fnatic menang sih sebenarnya. Gue belum tahu player barunya tuh main kayak gimana nih.
Apa?
Gue belum tahu yang player barunya tuh mainnya kayak gimana, gue nggak tahu.
Emang siapa?
Ada yang pakai sofa. Gue ngelihat nggak ada demonya gitu, nggak pernah ngelihat dia di kompetitif. Gue cari nggak ada. Bener-bener ini siapa anjing, gue cari-cari nggak ketemu. Gue cari di YouTube kan tim lama.
Gila ya nggak maksudnya?
Apa?
Maksudnya bener-bener pik-pikan kayak gitu di drone, di flash.
Iya, gue demen nih.
Lihat tuh gitu.
Anjing. Ente banget. Yang gue demen dari Europe tuh itu pemakaian utility-nya anjing. Udah nggak mungkin.
Siapa cita-citanya detik-detik akhir ada wall. Hampir bangsat. Tadi salahnya cuman Darknya tuh make OP. Nggak berguna banget OP-nya, Cuk. Lo tadi main sama siapa? Sekarang nggak, maksud gue sekarang kalau misalkan emang lo duelis pakai OP itu emang susah, Cok.
Iya.
Bener-bener susah. Makanya itu dia kenapa si Wardell pakai chamber gitu, Cok.
Iya. Buat attacker ya ngomongnya ya.
Iya. Kalau di
defending
mah
ya udah.
Tapi retake-nya juga ribet anjing.
Iya. Ya lo dapet first kill sama second kill lah at least anjing kalau pakai OP.
Jadi gue main solo pang anjing.
Oh.
Awalnya gue main nama botak, cuman kalah terus anjing. Parah anjing, gue gak ngerti lagi deh.
Lo busuk
terakhir enggak, gue jadi awal main nih menang 84 terus.
Oke.
Tapi di comeback anjing. Yang terakhir parah yang gegerapan makan ketopraknya.
Itu anak
kriuk.
Emang anjing sih itu anak sih.
Nggak jelas anjing. Dia awalnya sakit banget aimnya anjing. Nggak tahu tuh fokusnya hilang kali itu geger ketoprak.
Iya. Enggak, lagi dapat batu dari kemarin dia loh.
Iya, memang. Anjir, jadi lo Radian. Idi, dia ngeplannya di sini. Keren adik-adik. GG sini mappingnya.
Iya ini. Dapat satu apa ada booster. Bref.
Ranked kayak begini gua kasih 1 juta.
Iya anjing. Enggak plan kayak gitu aja, ngekontrol snowman kayak gitu ya, Be. Anjing itu jadi retake-nya juga ribet.
Siapa yang mau nge-call kayak gitu?
Oh, dapat booster aja. Bref. Di wall retake-nya lo lihat anjing. Retake-nya masih bisa kayak gitu lo, ngentot lo. Dari kitchen semua gara-gara dapat info pada di snowman ya.
Pastilah, nggak mau ada yang mengambil riski anjing.
Iya nih. Apalagi Fnatic bocah flank sebenarnya, cuman kok nggak ngeflank ya. Anjing. Woi DS dong woi. Ada yang komen adik-adik.
Aduh, nafsu tuh orang.
Iya anjing.
Idi keding. Gue main poin aja. Tapi emang iya sih wallnya baru dipakai sekarang cuy, anjing sagi.
Dua tim ya, dua tim. Nge-save wallnya kalau Fnatic emang biasanya buat retake, B.
Tapi dia kenapa ngomong lebih ke KA ya?
There's nothing worse because it's a great sound. You know you've hit that headshot, but it's also a horrible sound. Because you know they're not dead. Both are nicely done. Pistols won't be getting anything. It's all left to Nuki. This man can do a lot of damage, but they've gotten away with it flawlessly.
Temennya pakai ghost doang diambil sheriffnya itu. Ente banget.
Oh, gue mau cepetin dulu nih. Biar nggak ada delay. Nah.
Enggak, gue yang ada delay, gue pakai hotspot anjing. Gue pakai hotspot.
Sabar.
Imagine gue kabelan gue nggak rusak anjing.
Lu beli kabelan berapa meter?
Belum beli gue nggak ada duit anjing.
Enggak sebelumnya.
Sebelumnya berapa ya? 5 sampai 7-an.
Anjing.
Enggak lah, bercanda. 3 sampai 5. Kalau gue ukur ya. Kalau gue kira-kira. Soalnya lumayan jauh dapat mistik. Aduh.
Bisa di situ anjing.
Ya Allah, remet itu. Gak ada yang lihat kok bang. Gak ada yang lihat anjing. Gak ada yang lihat. Itu player barunya tuh B. Warming up. Ente banget. Baru kelar loh. Cuma gue lihat tadi tuh pas lo make main di akun lo better be. Apa karena abis MLab apa gimana gitu?
Gue juga gak ngerti bang, demi Allah. Gue main akun lu lupa. Gue main apa ya? Main sama lu lupa tuh baunya sebau-baunya bau anjing. Gue masakan make akun gue nih, idih. Sumpah tuh seenggaknya bisa nembak anjing.
Gue kalau solo
ketemu juga musuh tuh masih bisa aim.
Gue kalau solo iya be. Gue kalau solo sama kayak lu. Coba kan gue udah jarang solo ya. Kan kayak abis kalau paket pagi tuh awal-awalan paling ngapain dulu? Gue solo dulu segame 2 game. Bisa nembak gue. Kalau main sama lu gak kayak aneh anjing.
Gue sekarang emang udah apa ya? Ada sensi baru sih.
Oh iya.
Sensi baru soalnya.
Lo kan biasanya 4,2 ya?
4,74.
4,74 iya. Ganti berapa?
Sekarang gue pakai 632 tapi 400 dpi coy. Wah anjing lebih enak. Sekarang kan awalnya kan itu 800 dpi 47 tuh jadi cepet pang.
Iya.
Jadi gue kayak aim gue tuh nggak kepala. Maksudnya spray down gue tuh nggak jelas. Makanya gue turunin.
Kentengan ya.
Maksudnya sensi gue naikin tapi dpi gue turunin. Kan 632 gue enak anjing. Cuman gitu dia berat anjing mainin.
Kalau beli berat gitu rasanya.
Kalau beli berat, gue parah ya, gue kepencet Ares mulu ini mau beli armor.
Anjing jauh banget. Wah anjing. Dapet lu anjing.
Bisa menang lo, ngomong sama gue.
How come anjing? Nggak bisa gerak anjing udah. Dapet lagi anjing. Posisi gitu. Udah kena spot lo padahal lo. Gila, gimana itu anjing?
Ini bukan era Sentinel lagi.
Itu mah udah jelas sih ini. Nggak tahu ya.
Gak, gue ngeliatnya sudah pada kompak cok main-mainnya beneran.
Iya ya. Cuma tim player Indo doang yang nggak upgrade, cuman gimana ya? Masih pro playernya doang yang megang, nggak ada pemain baru. Kalau NA kan kayak ada pemain baru ya.
Biasanya masih rebuild anjing.
Iya. Ini aja jatuhnya pemain baru anjing, Fnatic yang sofanya.
Push anjing apaan sih Kolex?
Satu HP bisa dapat lo ngentot.
Tuh najis anjing Viper kayak gitu. Apaan masih dia? Tapi Epang ya gua dari kemarin nih rank up nih. Wah, gua udah jarang coba main ngeras gitu di bracket gue. Mainnya pelan-pelan kill satu.
Gue demen main kayak gitu, Be.
Jarang anjing, udah bener kayak jarang banget kayak langsung satu ras gitu. Soalnya emang kayak misalkan sentinelnya udah lagi terrible gitu, misalkan lagi ada mesti aim lagi masalah ya baru rasa.
Iya.
Gue gedeknya kalau pakai jet anjing gue mesti temponya lama banget tuh gue gedek kan.
Iya, kalau lo pakai duelist tempo lama sih wajar. Kalau gue udah bisa nih sih anjing main sabar. Nggak bisa malah kalau
Oke, orang-orang yang kalau misalkan gue pakai duelist di bracket gue suruh mesti ikut gue coba nge-trade. Sekarang gue lagi bimbang nih pakai Phantom apa Pandal nih.
Gara-gara sense baru emang iya, kalau ganti sense gitu anjing.
Dua-duanya bisa dapet, Cok.
Cuma lebih bagus yang mananya kan yang lo bingung pasti.
Emang kan. Pusing gak sih lu ke B nih? Ke A ada OP sama Sopa, seri T sama Recon. Mid nih sama BE dijaga sama Viper sama Killjoy anjing.
Langsung ulti lagi tuh. Ke spot udah dapet.
IGWP diganding.
Ya di ulti.
Perasaan di Mystic gak enak nih anjing.
Untungnya tuh di ulti anjing. Gak bisa masuk sih itu. Itu udah gak mungkin masuk anjing.
Ini gue bilang OP Jet OP itu nggak berguna, ini dia taking.
Sayang anjing. Mungkin dulu iya ya Be, sekarang enggak anjing.
Karena tuh orang udah makin pinter, Cok, di mapping itu lebih gila anjing.
Iya.
Apaan bagus ngatain gue. Kan gue gimana ya, bagus ngatain gue. Semoga ya Allah gue doain kalah. Ini yang kalah anjing, gue menang mampus. Gue bilang gini mampus doa lu no, gue enggak sholat sih lu. Gak bakal tembus anjing.
Dia udah
tahu dia pakai akun lu lagi.
Ngentot, enggak apa-apa dah. Untungnya dia pakai akun yang orang yang udah nggak peduli anjing. Menang kalah bangsat.
Iya lah, kalau lo fokus Radian juga gak bakal gue sentuh bang.
Ya kalau gue fokus Radian gue beli PC Be.
Nggak itu dia makanya anjing.
Gak mungkin warnet anjing. Warnet tuh kayak gimana ya? Sia-sia anjing. Lo mau nge-push harus bayar dulu kan? Kalau nonton NE sayangnya tuh pagi-pagi banget Be, pagi-pagi buta. Jam 5. Kalau kuliah tuh gue sambil nonton NE.
Tuh gak kuat anjing, gue mending nonton replay kayak.
Gue gak kurang anjing replay.
Ini ada line up naik jembatan, info aja.
Hah? Gue belum lihat, gue tadi
reverse sweeping in. Look, it's a league system, so it's not like you're going to a lower bracket or anything like that. But at the same time, you definitely don't want to kick the year off with a loss.
Well, yeah, and this group is tough as
Posisi
well.
Jet OP kayak gini
It's not one
pusing,
that I
Cok.
think you're just going to be able
Takut
Iya.
udah nge-cross nggak
to
kelihatan
squeak your way
anjing.
through. Like, in fact, Fnatic are probably
Masih bisa nggak
still one
kelihatan
of their
anjing.
Iya.
greatest rivals
Terkadang
within this group.
kadang
The likes of
efektifnya itu kadang-kadang, cuman
Sin
kalau
as
buat
well,
udah pro
alongside
player mah
Guild, who've looked incredibly
udah
strong.
paham
So
gak sih?
that third
Paling
spot
dari
is
drone
up
di
for
sini
grabs, and the
dulu.
winner of it, it sounds silly 'cause
Apalagi
it is
kalau
that
udah
close
dapet
game,
info
but it
musuh
genuinely
pakai
could
OP ya,
decide
kan
who
tadi
ends up
diambil
going
tuh
through. So
ketahuan. Pak
every
di
single
drone
game is
dulu,
important.
kalau ada
There's no
drone
slow
udah pasti
starters
nyari
when it
info
comes
aja.
to this year's VCT.
Gak bakal ngambil risky.
Come on for G2, a slow round. It's kind of unfortunate as well though, Mitch, because I do think if they had won one of the pistols right now, they'd be in the lead.
Detik 40 drone-nya
Very
pada
true,
baru
and I think
kepake
for
anjing.
G2, it is unfortunate. You go 4-0 down, but you normally don't get this close to coming back into it, right? When you go down by that much, when you lose both pistols, they're
Itu
getting a
dari
surprising
mana
amount
anjing?
done, and that's something I think is definitely going to be boosting the mental game for G2. Now, I'm not too worried about this.
Waduh, weh, tuh. Dapat dua
I'm
dari
kinda
mana
worried
itu?
about this round 'cause they've got a couple rifles here, but Boaster's going to be able to deal with that, so it's all good. 11-8, things go.
Observer ini kadang-kadang kayak kontrol be demi B. Nggak kelihatan
Apa?
gimana. Observer Valorant kayak kontrol. Jadi tadi tuh ada momen sebelumnya di mana gitu. Udah saling berhadapan diganti. Udah tembak-tembak kan.
Idi.
Gue nggak tahu dah tuh pikirannya dari mana. Kan gue nggak tahu anjing nembaknya siapa yang menang, cuman lihat pojok kanan.
That's not really what you highlight when it comes to Boaster in most matches. It is normally the big brain plays, but he's had some nice clutches.
Anjing temen gue masih main Dota, Cok. Aduh. Ini pasti party sama temennya nih anjing. Siapa yang diajakin Dota tapi malah milih Valo?
Halo lah. Lu sudah tadi pengen nge-grind ke Radian, Be. Ini judul lu.
Ya Cok, gue di Immortal 3 anjing.
Berapa lagi? Yang 500 sekarang siap berapa?
Aduh gak tau deh. Doain aja dah pokoknya dah.
Dapet
Go.
juga Derke. Kenapa? Buh! Waduh.
Anjing bisa kalah kayak gitu.
Iya loh anjing. Posisinya udah enak padahal nih. Lo detik berapa, Be?
Ini udah bypass anjing. 26, 25, 24.
Berarti gue yang kelamaan anjing. Ya gimana ya? Gak ada duit.
Gue game ini juga udah nih kayaknya. Fnatic Mystic, beh anjir. Lagi dapet banget nih do ini.
Iya anjing, kill 20. Yang biasanya selalu bot frag tuh Be, anjing lagi dapet.
Absolutely. I guess it's something that we heard, but listen, every team, you're never going to have an interview with a team where they go, yeah, we picked this guy up. We thought he's kind of trash, but we needed someone, you know? So like,
dia Derke yang kena Mac.
Oh, that's actually caught Jet.
Yang kena Derke.
Good bit of damage done. Durkin and Boaster both quite low. Brave though, able to catch the first.
Cir, nih orang udah tadi sih itu tapi mati loh.
Boaster's here to play with him. I like this. Fnatic gonna try to make a micro play. The distraction was in.
Brave
gets 3, taking his time,
What?
tapping away, and this round is done. This map is done. Kellogg's will have to 1v3. A minute on the clock and the spike down. Fnatic not necessarily even control.
Nah, udah dapat
of it per
info
se,
dong.
but
Mesti kayak lah,
Kellogg's doesn't
come
really
on.
either.
Doncuk. Nice.
There you go.
Oke.
Gue pede Fnatic bisa menang sih anjing. At
Solid
least
sih itu.
qualifier lah. Kemarin anjing versi TSM rame Be, lu nggak tahu ya? Dikata-katain
Apa?
TSM dikata-katain sama
Iya emang anjing. Kalah emang tim-tim gituan, Cok.
Iya anjing. Gue sampai pada pro player tuh pada nge-tweet buat TSM doang anjing. Ente banget. Dia roster changer gak sih? Ganti roster gak sih?
Gua nggak ngerti, Pang. Makanya gua nggak ngerti sebenarnya. Itu tim belum solid anjing. Kalau Fnatic kelihatannya udah solid coy itu.
Iya.
Gue sebenarnya suka TSM karena Wardel lah anjing udah. Gua nggak terlalu suka Sabroza.
Ya walaupun
Salahnya TSM tuh sebenarnya tuh ngecok terus, Cok. Ih,
Iya.
parah nih ngecoknya.
Ngecoknya
Sabroza ngecok. Momen penting kan.
Iya.
Wardel gue suka kan OP-nya anjing gila OP, Cok. Parah.
OP-nya iya.
Siapa yang bisa nandingin dia, ayo.
Si Net bisa cuman ya Wardel.
Wardel lebih sakit, Cok, lebih
Iya,
presisi ya.
Buat tembakan iya, cuman kalau agresif gue lebih ke si Net, Be.
Emang iya. Cuma kan sekarang Wardel makanya ini main Sentinel ini mampus.
Tadi tuh
Pang gue cabut dulu, Pang ya.
Oh, thank you, Be.
Iya. Yeah. Rokok gue udah habis aja.
Oke.
Dadah.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Kalahnya lawan siapa sih? Build by Gamer. Build by Gamer anjing. TSM. Literally agennya gitu doang anjing. What the fuck?
Killing it, you can't say so. My words, this is history. Got another one showing up in this major. Don't wanna miss it, this something that you was waiting for. Call everybody you know and tell them the wait is over. It's time to open them doors and
Matthew Yu nama Matthew Yu.
Finish line in the distance instead of going for it. Can't be impatient, just do it right, it's gonna last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. Why? But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it. Man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place.
Katusa.
Tell the world the truth. Let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. I know it's hard to keep going strong. You already on. Times don't last long. Stay in the zone. From the ashes to overtaking new milestones. See, that's what happens when dedication is turned on. Never give up when facing pressure. It'll make you better. A lot of things gon' come together in stormy weather. Just keep your focus on something better. Better late than never. Never give up on that level. It's closer than never. Can't be impatient. Just do it right. It's gon' last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it. Man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place. Gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth. Let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way.
But very entertaining battle there on Icebox between Fnatic and G2, and it's Fnatic that came out on the top. We have some questions about the new additions to this team, how they were going to work around, but it does feel like Brave Ryan looked incredibly comfortable playing alongside Durka.
Yeah, it was just the way that they comboed on the defense towards the end, because Durka clearly wants to be the one leading the line, being aggressive with the operator, but the fact that Brave was letting Durka do his thing, it wasn't like they're in competition to outfrag each other, but the fact that Brave was able to play off and almost put up the same numbers as Durka. He had a couple of iffy rounds, like the 1v1 clutch he had with Nukie, where he sort of peeks out a bit wide, some really like Ferrari peaks coming out of him too, but overall I think that's a great debut.
The first blood percentage there too, Kakuka.
That is completely insane. We were expecting a great performance from him, and not only with his first kills, also the usage of utility. I will say for the entire Fnatic, the damage that they dealt with the nano swarms, the snake bites, and obviously those shock darts, really good debut for him. I expect to see more.
The Hunter's Fury got a couple of kills. I don't think there was a Hunter's Fury where he didn't get a kill.
Yeah. No, that was a Crashies-esque, I felt like.
KD of 3.
I do feel like you were talking about this with me, Ryan, during the game, but the new kind of look, not just in terms of agent, but roles in general for everybody on Fnatic. Mystic is now kind of doing the lurking and finding a lot of success.
I think the big thing for Fnatic overall is these big ideas that have come from Boaster, for Mini, how that translates to the other players on the team. I think we're putting Boaster on the stage. Not only could he clutch out amazingly, but he puts all of the heavy work on himself. Like, okay, we're going to do the Snowman default on A, where we wall off Snowman and take all of this space instead. He doesn't need to worry about teaching that lineup to a teammate. He could just do it himself. Mystic seemed a lot more loose. Magnum was kind of going for some lurk, sometimes playing secondary entry. Everybody else on the Fnatic team looks so much more relaxed, that they can do what they want to do, because Boaster's doing all of the calling, he's doing all of the set defaults, and I think on a map like Icebox, it works so well. No wonder why they picked it.
And we have to talk about the other side, because even if Fnatic was feeling super comfortable getting both pistols, and even with the final result, I feel like they were on top most of the times, you know, converting onto that bonus for them, then getting the fourth. But then Kellogg's going on the operator on the defense, and we saw just a G2 taking a step back and being like, okay, we're just going to give you the space, you decide where to push, and we're just going to wait and maybe play for a retake, play for post-one. We're not interested in finding and go seeking on those duels, because Fnatic were succeeding at them. So we saw some rounds where G2 were, it really looked that they were back onto the game. Now we talk about the attack and what happened there, because Fnatic won every single time in against them, and even when they started to execute, they were like taking steps back. They were not really sure of how to look up front and attack the site.
I gotta say, Durka was quiet here, Kakuka, and and the fact they were able to win without Durka popping off is very, very good for them.
Yeah, but I don't think it's only that Durka was quiet. I think that we saw every single player on Fnatic, you know, doing their thing, as we were mentioning, you're playing with their utility, looking for, okay, I'm gonna take care of mid. What we saw, for example, Boaster just being like, oh, I found a wall, I'm just gonna wall in, I'm just gonna take this pick, I'm gonna get 2 kills, I'm just gonna be in this corner here holding. And everybody, you know, when you feel like you have that freedom to work with and everything is working, but you're still playing as a team, of course the score is gonna be pretty even.
It wasn't all great for Fnatic though. Like, they struggled a lot with Kellogg's op. Once he had that online on the defense, they didn't seem to really have an answer for that. Also,
let's go!
Over's A control on the Viper was really nice. It was just the attacking side of G2. Like, they tried to like mid-round reset a lot. They had Kellogg's lurking on his own. It was like they were overcomplicating it mid-round and trying to call, like, Nukie to call that against Boaster in those scenarios, it's always going to be tough.
Yeah, well, Ryan, we spoke about some rounds already, but I want to see one that you wanted to focus on in particular.
Yeah, I'm going to highlight the KDA free man himself, Mystic. I think the curious thing about it, I suppose, is the ability to sort of strive under pressure, which I think is something that he's always naturally been very good at, but also the way that they're calling mid-round to try and sort out some of these situations. So this is a lurk that Evolver's done. Kellogg's has made this lurk a couple of times if I start playing it. Sort of pushing through to kitchen. The big giveaway that comes in overall is just the turret. It's the fact that you have this, and immediately, pretty much as soon as that turret gets killed, you see Mystic use the Viper's Pit where he is, basically wherever he stood. The reason is because they're expecting the Fnatic play of using the Viper's Pit over in this sort of kitchen space, right? So the fact that they're able to do that, it's almost like an anti-Viper's Pit coming out of Mystic. The lockdown gets used from the attackers to try and uproot him, and Mystic for a second is like, just wait, like maybe I can catch somebody that's going to push into me and try and catch me out. Then he makes a call of, okay, no, I need this Hunter's Fury to clear it, I'm going to stay where I am. Not only does Brave clear the lockdown, he even gets a kill onto Evolver that's still in that mid-lurk position, and then from there it's the fact that he gets the snakebite kill on the plant, as the plant was trying to go in, and then gets a couple more kills. It's the adaptation, I think. Like, Fnatic in the past have looked very rigid, maybe in some cases, that they don't really get to strive and play on the fly, which is something they're very good at because they're incredibly clever. this time it was like Mystic being like, okay, I'm going to make this play. I'm going to try and just off the bat use this ultimate, make a connection there. And kind of from that position, I suppose it would be like, just diff him at that point. Yeah. It was one of those areas where I think like Mystic looked the best he has in a while, and he's always been a really good Viper too.
Is the awareness, right? And the quick reaction of, okay, we had that drone over to Kitchen, that Killjoy turret, but now we lost all control. What do we do? And the instant response is, okay, I'm just waiting here with the Viper spin. They might have our backs, but we are going to create our own space on site to play around. So obviously one of the things that, as you were mentioning, we wanted from Fnatic this year, map 1, we have it.
Yeah, and pistols too, right?
Yeah.
What's happening?
2 of them.
Yeah, I can't help but feel that, you know, back at Champions, we saw them give away, like, insane leads. We saw them literally give away a 12-8 lead and lose in overtime. In another world, maybe that would have happened, but today, like you said, Kakuka, they closed it out pretty cleanly in the end on Icebox, despite some of the wobbly bits, Ryan, I like to say. But it's not over yet. It's only map 1. We have 3 maps in this series. We didn't get to go to map 3 on the first one, but there's every possibility for us seeing the 3rd map here. But the second one is where it's very interesting. G2's pick, and they've looked very good on a set.
Kesalahan gue mati
Exactly.
pakai
And
B
it's not
anjing.
only that, you have a Fnatic
Lawan
that,
Corp.
as Mini was saying, you know, it feels like ages since we haven't played maps like Bind or Ascend, and exactly, we haven't seen them play since August, you know, and even on the Red Bull, being like, you know, nobody really took Red Bull that seriously, especially if you were going to Champions, because you don't want to show off all the things that you're working on. But for G2, it's the complete opposite. This is the map that they've played the most this year so far, and they have only
Kita nggak pernah ngelihat Fnatic main di Ascent again.
So of course,
Never again.
After Fnatic's pick, I expect a different face of G2 here.
Yeah, and they've changed up a little bit as well when it comes to like they've mostly been playing meta on the Cypher, but they moved him over to the Killjoy, so there's a bit of room to breathe there. It is just a very straightforward composition. You've got the Sage in there, which has been a comp for Ascent for eons now at this point, so I'm more curious if we see like a KO or a Sky, like the flex role, I suppose, in that composition. If Fnatic try and go, we know that they're going to play Sage, let's play this to try and counter what they want to do.
I mean, Kellogg's had a great performance already on Icebox. Ascent is where you want your Jets to step up, right? So how important, Ryan, do you think it will be for Durka to kind of come online here?
The risk, I suppose, is that he feels that he has to, and then he starts doing what we saw from Yampi earlier, just overextending, trying to overdo it. I think what worked best for him and the performance on Icebox was when he was just playing the default protocol way alongside Brave. That's where he had much more success. So I don't want to see him go, right, I need to just aim diff this Jet against me. They were pretty much trading out first kills and first deaths across each other, the Kellogg's and Durka battle, but it's more just play the map, play the default, keep it straightforward, because it's Kellogg's that is going to be a bit more on the aggressive side.
I think it's also funny because we started the day, we know, with so many chambers all over the place, and we are literally not expecting anything new from both these teams. As we were mentioning, probably G2 feeling comfortable and they have what they have already tested. But on the side of Fnatic, can we expect, you know, something different, maybe something more surprising? We know that Brave is probably going to be playing under Sova. Again, we're going to have, as we mentioned, the Battle of the Jets, but maybe, you know, I want some kind of surprises. Also on the side of G2, not a total big fan of the Sage if they're going to play it, but, you know, maybe there's room for surprises still.
I want to see Boaster KO. That's what I want.
Yes, I would love that.
Do you?
I think that if you're a person that's changed your role to be playing on agents like Sky and stuff like that, or Breach, I think it makes sense to move to the one that is having the most impact, which is the KO out of the Sky, Breach, and Sage. I think it's one of those areas where he's probably had a lot of time to get used to it. Everybody else is learning the agent. There's a lot of really nice and straightforward lineups that you can use. I just think there's something about Boaster that would suit that agent, despite not being as insane as Aim in the Shadows, for example.
And we've seen how he has been performing on the Sage, so I'm completely down. I'm in for a treat. I think that he is going to do, if we see him actually picking that KO, or maybe a Sky, maybe even Breach, who knows. And he's actually going to enable Durka. I really want to see how that works, because they're on A, back on Icebox, they were doing a great job.
I mean, Mini was kind of talking about how he's going to be playing the Flash / support, right? Like specifically, not kind of like he said a Shados or a Soulcast KO, but does it work? Do you think can KO be played in that supportive role?
I'm trying to think if there's any like really good examples of it. I think so, yeah. I mean, the issue is if you have more of a supportive silver with Brave, you kind of have to be a bit more aggressive on the KO to make it work, right? You've kind of got to like match that balance, the yin and yang of initiators there. So I think that you can't really sit back as passively maybe, but I think there's a lot of utility and setups that you can do from a distance to allow Durka to do all the hard work. Maybe, like, because Magnum's been so good on the secondary entry on Icebox, Magnum on KO and then move Boaster over to the Sentinel, that's a complete off-the-wall guess, I have no idea, but it's those kind of things where
Bidif
it's like
anjing.
Magnum can still do work on the Killjoy supporting Durka. It doesn't have to be the initiator to do the initiating.
I love how we're just assuming that we're going to see the KO. Still, we do not have that kind of information just yet. We're going to have it in a little bit, but I would love to see it, especially since we've seen this agent develop specifically on this map and all that early control that it gives you and all the windows of opportunity that it opens, especially on the mid-round calling. So even though Fnatic has not been struggling with that on Icebox, it can always be a problem on Ascent, especially because you know that G2 has picked this map because they've played it a lot. They have a lot of experience, and you know you have to bring in something different to the table because they cannot know what to expect from you.
I do wonder if G2 maybe are the ones to switch things up a little bit, you know, maybe add a flasher into their comp, because the last time we saw them, like you said, the Sage, some people love it, some people are not so keen.
The thing is, with Sage, of course, you have more room of opportunities. You can do some crazy things with the walls. You can go in and just cover up mid and just go for that B execute. That's going to be so easy. But if you go into that site and you find a Killjoy, and if all that utility is just going to be on the floor waiting for you, we just got 0 point again.
It's an omen.
Yeah.
Well, it's not.
Well.
It's a scream, but...
Let's see if we get to split. Okay, let's see if we get to split first.
Anyway, I believe we are heading into Agent Select soon. But Ryan, what about you? Do you think G2, they need to change anything?
I'm certainly on the party of not a fan of the Sage comp, really, and I think Hoodie also struggled on the Sage in the last map too. He didn't really have the same kind of impact. I think it is like the protocols to setting up the roles to mid-rounding has always been important in Pipson's team, so yeah, it's certainly looking likely that we are going to see what I want to see, and that's a couple of KOs.
These two teams, they can't help the mirror matchups. Like on Icebox, they were like, they're like G2 and Fnatic, you know, we got to do our thing. And on Ascent here, we do have 2 KOs and 2 potentially, do you reckon, Kukuka, different KOs in terms of playstyle?
Yeah, probably, because most of the times we see Kellogg's going on to the solo play. We saw him on Xbox, and we've seen him before. He's just going to be covering one angle, but maybe, you know, this adaptation and bringing Hoodie in is going to open a little bit more, you know, the advantages that G2 can create on a map like this one for themselves. So 2 maps, 2 mirror comps, okay, I'm down.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, I think Hoodie could be a mechanical god, but he's certainly on more of the spectrum of being more supportive with his Breach and his Sova and stuff when he was on Giant. So yeah, that's kind of like, I want to see who's going to change up the most from the supportive style to be who's going to be the most aggressive out of Hoodie and Boaster.
Yeah. Well, G2 are the favorites here. What would you like to see from the side of Fnatic?
I guess just a bit more of that functionality. I think that the protocols have always been so good with G2 because Pipson, but I also feel like despite Anders not being on this team anymore, you still have those kind of like protocols in place that made Fnatic so good in champs, but that flexibility is back for them as well. It's not so rigid. Well,
2 changes here with a KO. Both teams have brought it on. Mitch and Tom, I can't wait to see what you make of this.
Yes, indeed. We're going to be jumping on into this KO matchup. Tom, the desk's just been talking about it. I'm excited to get this one underway as well. We've just had a pretty exciting first map. I was happy enough with it.
Yeah.
Right here. I hope we step back towards normality a little bit, though, because things have been weird in some of the rounds with the way they've gone down. Honestly, though, exciting at the same time. So whichever we get, I'll be happy.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Boaster on that KO in particular, because he was fragging pretty well when it came to the previous map, and now being given pretty much all the tools he could ever need to try and not only set up his teammates, but maybe give himself a few opportunities to be cheeky. It sounds like a pretty decent choice for him, but yeah. Mirror matchups across the board, both teams making some alterations. Obviously, I think Fnatic's, it's been a very long time since we've actually seen them on this map, so no surprises that there are some changes in there. But yeah, definitely having that double initiate, a lot of information play is going to be going across the maps, looking for those quicker rotations, and by the looks of it, fairly aggressive start.
It certainly does seem that way. Already getting a little bit of information on the players that are outside, expecting to run into a Vova. He's down to 5 HP. He'll make it away towards the rest of the team. At his point, I don't think he's got any more stars left to play with, so that 5 HP is not going to be entirely valuable unless he's in the middle of recovering one, which is obviously possible.
The rest of the team going in towards that A side, but Kellogg's has been left behind into that mid position, trying to catch them as they rotate. Brave, I think he's going for the jump spot. I don't know if he will have seen anything. He hasn't, but it's whip shots for Kellogg's. That was basically a free kill, and his teammate's gone down on the site to the utility of Magnum.
Oh, look at this. They know that Meadow's down below, but somehow he still survives. Ghost in hand as he gets rushed, and a few too many players to deal with. The door down, stopped his teammates from helping, and with full control and a choke point to hold, that is an easy close for Fnatic. 1-0.
Fnatic asem tuh bagus banget
Yet
sebenarnya.
another pistol round.
Apa sih pistol round sih, Pak? Nggak boleh
I
terlalu
feel like at some
senang.
point we're going to get some sort of G2 socials meme about finally winning a pistol round, because they've lost all of them, and it seems like in most of them they've been fairly dominant in favor of Fnatic, able to get off to such solid starts. And this is a map that I feel like there was a very small point where it looked like this was going to be something they brought into their map pool a little bit more, and then it just never really came to be. But it looks like we might have a pause coming through.
Yeah, it does appear to be the case. Starting things off strong. But there we go. So a little bit of a technical pause to start things out. Those are my two favorite words. You know that, Tom?
You see them a lot.
I do. You know, once upon a time, Tom, I didn't see any, and it was just Pansy and Hypok. And then you came along, and look where we are. But you know what? As I always say, better to have this in the first round, get it out of the way, and move on with it. Fnatic being 1-0 up, it's another pistol, familiar territory really for G2 to be in, trying to fight back. But remember, they've done a lot of damage in these rounds before. The likes of a Marshall, okay, not going to be as easy to use here on this map, but when it comes to your sheriffs, you're playing those close angles, your crossfires and some of these choke points, they can certainly deal some damage to Fnatic and at least make this a costly round for the team that's invested a decent amount. I do like that Dirk is probably going to stick with a pistol is the only thing, so they can at least afford to lose maybe one player.
I feel like Mel was in charge of purpose.
Yeah, 100%. I was just thinking the same.
I've seen a tweet out of a few of them, but it's starting to get a little bit ridiculous, Mel. I'll be honest with you. Like, we might have to have some words after this one.
You'll be sitting her down. All right. Well, yeah, I would like to get a HR talking to from Tom.
Why's that?
I don't know. I feel like you do everything by the book. You know, you'd keep the minutes and everything. I wouldn't.
Of course, never breaking any rules.
Yep, that's Tom.
But yeah, it's one of those spots where we can't really tell too much about how this is going to be played out by G2. I am intrigued by the fact that after having so much success recently on this map that they've opted to change things up. Like, obviously still not had a massive amount of time coming through the second qualifier to actually work on anything new, and I guess, as said, like with someone like Hoodie, who I do believe can have these solid performances across multiple different agents, it's going to be quite a lot of pressure moving over from that Sage onto a completely different agent.
Well, Tom, looks like we had some small audio issues, I've been told, on the player side, but those are fixed on up and they're ready to rock. As you can see, G2 have those pistols, and they're looking to do damage. Brave getting away with his life for now. A lot of these players are low.
Udah, tactical timeout hilang dong anjing, nggak kedengeran.
A lot of these end up pretty much leaving it down to just Meadow. And I don't think he's getting away with much. Mystic's being quick and clean. He has got a Spectre, but he's also got the jump on him, and ambil. Takes that one out for 2-0.
Yeah, the solid, flawless round as well coming out from Fnatic, so they'll almost be able to play this one as a pure bonus. Just going to be a couple of switches. Interestingly, they're going to throw. I guess they swapped guns because Brave was low on HP, and now they've swapped back to give him back his Bulldog, but. Yeah, I like the fact that thus far, obviously, again, early rounds of Ascent, not really going to tell us too much.
Bisa-bisaan setupnya gitu anjing.
I think coming into
bukan anti side malah anti plan ya. Malas anjing jaga anti plan.
Like your first match is versus G2, like come on.
Yeah, definitely stepping up in the world, but as we have to clearly say, he is delivering right now.
Ke momen.
Doesn't even look like he's competing for a spot, you know?
It means takabur pick.
Cool, calm, and collected. 2-0 buy round for G2. Weapons in hand as they look to take some of this mid control. And they're going to be caught on their way through. The information's there for Fnatic to play with, but it's unlikely they do anything off the back of it. With the smokes down, your Marshall's not going to be fighting. I don't think you're going to be fighting down mid with a Spectre, although into B main, that fight can be much more favorable. And if Vova's the one tasked with bringing the spike here, this could get messy.
Bisa-bisa ending apa
drop,
kayak gitu.
There's so much again.
Yeah, no one else really available to do anything. I guess they're just going to try and clear out some of the players on this side of the map. But yeah, Spike currently completely under the control of Fnatic. The only real benefit is the fact that there is just that one gun or one valuable weapon that's fallen into the hands of Durka. But look at his position. He's fighting in towards the spawn and almost being used as a bit of a bait, but they do clear him out with the flash. The problem is Mystic is still here, leaving it into a 2v2, and the bigger problem is the amount of time that is left. 20 seconds. If they're going to run in towards this A site, it has to be now. Instead, it's going to be the solo push. Hoodie has 15 HP. He doesn't stand a chance. He's even going to get headshotted. It wasn't needed, but this round is done.
Yeah, Nukia's even called knife out running through mid. That's a free upgraded weapon. ×2. Oh, no, Boaster's not going to reach. He's stuck with a Marshall. Ah, well, worse things have happened. Fnatic have won the third round for the second time. This is in three opportunities. They've won 2. This is ridiculous.
And all of that, it comes down to just weird spike positioning. Like, it was evident that they were going to try and make a move in towards the A site. The rest of the team were all there, and to leave your sort of lurk with the spike. I don't know if there was an eventual plan to move back towards the B site, but it's just an unnecessary risk from G2 that ends up biting them in the back. Now they're all going to go together, try and pick up the pace in towards that A site, but there is already a lot of information. I'm seeing a hell of a lot of suppressed players currently on their side.
Mystic's going to evade that drone. He's done it successfully. And playing even right up close to the fragment. They might not expect him to be here. Great value brought up close, and he's able to get 3 before going down. Nukia, sure, he'll get the trade. They'll retrieve the weapon and look to bring it to sight.
Nice!
But Dirk is there waiting. The shock dart, well, it might be shot, but Nukia gets shot at the same time. 4-0, clean as can be for Fnatic. And I say that, no, they lost the player. Well, they upgraded their Marshall to the weapon. So, all in all, this is pretty flawless. I mean, look at the credits, Tom. 2 players have got like 8K.
Yeah, 4-0. Similarly to what we saw in the previous map, and this was where G2 came alive. A lot of ultimates close to being online for G2. It's mainly because of getting those ultimate orbs and dying. But hey, I don't think they're going to mind too much as long as it gets those ults online. Kellogg's just racing his way in towards the B site. Only 1 player currently within it as well, so a lot of pressure going to be put initially onto Magnum, and he gets nothing.
Yeah, Boaster wanted to try and help, but he got blocked off by the door. Now when the flash pops, he can't even make it out. He's being tagged up by the drone. There's a fragment blocking. I mean, G2 have got so much utility to buy time here. They're even going to use a lockdown, I guess, just to guarantee that that plant comes through. This should be so easily locked down for the G2 side.
Nice.
I say that. I mean, they still have a bunch of utility to play with, right? But they're using it up very, very quickly. I mean, the knife already gone to try and cancel out the drone.
And it's going to try and lock them in.
I think they are.
I think, yeah, Brave almost looks to be that sacrificial lamb, waiting to see if he can kill as many players to that spike. Of course, on the other side of things, Mystic was incredibly low, so didn't really want to take too much of a risk. But yeah, they've got to make a cross through this. They had a grab well to slow him down, and although they're going to be vulnerable, I don't know if Mystic's actually going to take this fight whatsoever. So they'll at least get away with the 3 players that they had within. And again, G2 are going to break back with their first round on the board.
Yeah, the pace change there working out perfectly for G2, overwhelming the site, locking them out. And I think that the dash in, honestly, was the game changer there. When you dash in, close that door, it stops Boaster from being able to play in and help his teammates, who are both then kind of isolated because they were both playing for him to be one peeking with them. The other problem is they smoked it, and he was about to pop a flash through as he peeked, and then that's when the door fully closed and he couldn't get anything out to help his teammates who are now stuck on angles waiting for a flash, but not being able to have one. Oh, that's a great start, and even without a dash, Dirk is out of there, running all the way back to the A site. That is a great opening duel for Fnatic.
And they have a full rotation. There are multiple players here ready in the crossfire, and the trade's coming back thick and fast.
Nice,
just going for it. Right click, shot dart might finally clear him out, but it still leaves 2 players standing. Swing back in. Oh, a little bit shaky.
Nice
There we
Darko,
go.
anjing,
Closes it
gua
out, but it's the
ngeri
pistol
tadi
that will
tuh.
finish the round. Definitely not as clean as it could have been with how Mystic played in the early round, but hey, Fnatic get the round nonetheless.
Wow, impressive stuff. I don't really know how he was able to get that kill on the Boaster in spawn. But this especially, I mean, the call was obviously made that Hoodie was low, so Mystic was taking no risks. Well, except for being stuck down on logs versus Sova. Other than that risk, you know, he was just holding on to his right click, waiting till he was close enough. 5-1 is a strong start for Fnatic. Economy, not as comfy as it once was due to all these losses they've taken, but well, I guess this isn't even really an opportunity to build it up. G2 have gone pretty aggressive. They've invested fully. Win this, Fnatic have got a great half, but this is so... How? Kellogg's just dashed right into Magnum and somehow didn't die, but eventually he'll fall, and the trades go quickly in favor of G2 as they overrun the site.
Cuman ngecok doang.
Well, that wasn't far away from Brave. Oh! See you later! And he's actually going to pop the kit as well. That's a play from Brave, and he's just trying to delay the space onto the spike for the flank. That was gorgeous. That was an utterly
Brave,
gorgeous
oh my
round
God.
from Brave.
No, jemputnya Brave, oke. AF-nya buat apa? Brave doang.
With
Nggak Brave.
2020 hindsight vision, you know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. He did everything
Wouldn't
right.
change a thing.
It's just so good. G2 calling a pause here, and I can definitely understand where that decision is coming from. I don't think I've seen a Vova have this poor of a start to a map. That's the end of the sentence. I don't think I've seen this before.
It's also, I just like that he puts an extra blast. That is the exact second that was needed for this kill.
Yeah.
Just wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. He read that as perfect as could be, and yeah, this Fnatic roster's looking for his. Mystic is 13-4. He is playing a battle Astra, and that is not a sentence I was ever thinking I'd say.
You know, back when Mystic was playing Viper, I fell in love with it right away. This guy's post-plan setups were absolutely unbelievable. The way Fnatic used him for timing on that was also, it was just incredible, honestly. And some of the combinations they had, like on Bind, using the snake bite with the raised nade very early on. This is before that kind of utility. I think they were debuting that kind of utility.
Viper was good.
Yeah, exactly. It was one of the first times we really saw Viper. I think FPX got the crown for that. I'm pretty sure Angel was like consistently pulling it out first.
I think he tried everything though.
That is also true. Yeah. This Angel pioneered every meta. But hey, look, no better man for the job. This is what I was talking about for G2 though. Problems start to arise now losing that round. It's 6-1, likely to be 7. They've only got pistols, but this is where the strategy changes the pace. That previously G2 had a lot of success with a fast-paced round. Well, now that's pretty much the whole game plan. But they are running into the A site where all those Astra Stars and all those Nano Swarms are waiting for them.
They can just pop this as soon as possible. Kellogg's maybe a bit of a surprise, and actually Magnum, now incredibly low on HP, is just going to have to sit towards the back of the site. Mystic goes down as well. This gets scary. The sheer pace that has come through for G2 has made a difference. Now there's a few low players. Shock darts being lined up. Will it get anything done? Seemingly no.
Ada apa? Observernya sama CT kenapa?
Another
attempt though.
Yeah, that's not going to land either. A little bit of damage. Hoodie, Hoodie has no HP on the bar. he is 1 health, I think. Very, very close to. That late flank coming through. Sadly, it's an operator, but I mean, just up against these pistols, you'd rather have the rifle. Dirk will do well to find the first. He knows Evova's there. It's communicated over, but the pistols,
nice!
So many in numbers that they're able to keep on trading. The op of Durka now good for the one to dash out, but he's not able to escape Nukia. The round will go to G2. They come in with pistols and barely anything invested, and they go out with a victory.
Yeah, I think that's what we call a UK round. Like, we're kind of used to it.
We're all those out. Yeah. Look, no better man for the job. This is likely to be 7. They've only got success with a fast-paced round. Vulture Stars and all those Nano Swarms are waiting for them.
They can just pop this as soon as possible. Kellogg's sit towards the back of the site. Mystic goes down. Has made a difference.
Another through.
Another boost to their economy at that.
That's certainly going to tee things up nicely for G2 if they can manage to come in here. If Fnatic force buy it, and you know, I'm just looking because Durka had obviously bought an op before we went into this, but I'm reasonably confident he's going to sell that. They might decide to hero op it, but that would just seem like a peculiar decision to me. Still though, this timeout called so Fnatic can organize themselves, and coming out of it, I'm curious to see what the investment is. To me, it seems like G2 will get a third round for free with a very low investment out of Fnatic, maybe a hero rifle.
Bisa loh ya merah pick kayak gitu.
Oh, okay. They're gonna actually get a decently rounded buy with a hero op, a guardian. This isn't bad.
They can still buy next round. Yeah. He just had enough extra credits that he was able to still invest into this and buy into the next round. So even if he just gets a couple of kills and gets towards a Blade Storm, that could also be quite valuable. He's going to be forced off from an early drone, though. Just clearing all of this position, the deep smoke, keeping him back. I say that. He's not really been forced back. There we go. The tag's there. And he's going to get forced out. Oh, I think he'll survive this, just about.
Well, that's certainly going to be Durka counting his lucky stars on that. The Hunter's Fury tossed out for nothing. Brave ready for that flash to come through. So too is Durka. Although he picks up the first, there's still that second player of Brave tucked up close, ready to catch G2 off guard when they make a move. Magnum is even playing inside this smoke, but it's about to disappear. Time to leave the nebula before it fades. The drone going to give away that he's up close. Here's the op rotating in though. Durka not going to hit the shot. Oh, the wall bangs for Brave. He's got a guardian and he adds
dia nge-pick ada Durka. Itu si wallbang diem di situ. Wow.
Not going to hit the shot. The drone.
Oke, aku tahu ada alasan kenapa pakai guardian anjing GG banget.
No, I feel like it's just their defaults at the moment. They're just getting caught off by all these ridiculous plays coming through from Fnatic. The fast-paced round worked because there was no opportunity for them to be had, and well, they're trying to scope out the site before they actually get into an afterplant. Fact is, though, I'm looking at that lockdown. It's not something that in most rounds you'd expect to use in this sort of case, but I wouldn't even mind it for Fnatic just to guarantee everything. They've spotted Nuke, they're pushing in onto Meadow, and Nuke's just got to save.
Yeah, they just popped down the utility, dragged them off the site, stopped them, and
dapat
revealed them
OP.
as well, so he had a choice. You had to get dragged into the alleyway, revealed, and
siapa mau pakai OP satu lagi?
Or you planned, and or knife out. Sorry, running over to the gen, right, to stay in cover. But in that case, you don't plant, and then you run out of time. Really well handled. That was. I mean, he'd hit him with the drone, right? So.
Oh, dibuang anjing.
He's being revealed up nice and easy. 7-2. Impressive stuff for Fnatic. You know, they lost that eco round, but now they've come back and managed to make up for it, at least maintaining their heavy lead and putting G2 into a very uncomfortable position where they now have to play with a hero rifle, a hero op, and a few pistols.
Oh, okay.
That was Brave.
Okay.
Come on.
A bit of a risk taken there, that's for sure. And well, not the start that they were looking for. Kellogg's a freebie kill as well on the swing, and well, this has quickly gone into an advantageous position for G2, a huge one at that. They're even going to use themselves. The Cosmic Divide? Did he cancel it? He did. And well, I guess never mind. If everybody's just going to keep swinging into Magnum, it becomes easier. Swinging into Kellogg's, it becomes easier by the second.
It does start to feel like, you know, when you're looking at G2's aggressive success, they really thrive when the round is in chaos. And then when Fnatic are able to slow things down and sort of wield the round, I think that they're far and above G2 when it comes to structured play and slow play. But when it comes to getting in your face, G2, I mean, they're discovering in every single one of these rounds that they're winning, the key is the pace being quick. It's getting up in Fnatic's face, and they don't seem to have any answer to that for the time being.
Yeah, I guess a lot of that comes down to just letting those individual players loose, like Nuke finding kills with the pistol, Kellogg's doing the same. But again, they've fallen back into more of a default style round, waiting outside A, taking a little bit of mid control, also watching for any sort of B push. Hands above over, and they might be about to walk straight into Durka. Is he even going to move? I thought he was just going to sit there. It would have been the ballsiest thing I've ever seen, but no, they are going to force him off the angle.
This KO ult's making it quite clear that the intention is to go to the B site. They're seeing him move his way on over. Now, still tucked in is Brave, but they're ready for him. Pre-fire came through, and Nukia wins out the duel. Boaster going to try to pick off what little he can, but eventually it comes time to group with teammates. 3 coming through B main. Now, that is a peculiar strategy, but they've been hurt. Oh, they've well and truly been hurt now.
Definitely. Yeah. But how many can Kellogg's get? That's the real question, and the answer is absolutely nothing. In fact, Hoodie's gone down as well, and they have a lockdown in that after plant scenario. And UK knows he has to try and push this. He needs to fight for this round, and if he gets this next kill, he actually has a chance to break the lockdown, but instead he's caught from Mystic, the last man standing, to catch him just before he solo won that round for his team. And Fnatic instead will have their 8th.
For a second, I was thinking Fnatic had maybe committed a little bit too heavily to that, around that they'd mostly had tied up by the looks of things. But yeah, then you remember that Nukia's still alive. You remember the team that they're up against. You look at that roster and go, oh, it's one of them? Yeah, let's use the ult. That is nasty.
I cannot use that.
Big all round from Boaster. As we said, you know, he's been hitting the DM. He's been hitting those shots. Right here in this series, at least.
So close. It was just the fact that Mystic just waited behind. Like, the fact that he was just playing it patient and knowing that he has to go for that lockdown, that kill almost becomes as free as can be. But it was damn close from UK to actually win that one back. And because of that, there's definitely some pieces missing here for Fnatic. Kellogg's instead is going to throw in the Blade Storm, and he actually has a Bucky alongside it as well. So I think there's a lot of us hoping he doesn't run out of knives.
They've got wine clear. Lockdown coming into effect as well as quick trades go down on short. G2 are going to quickly move to site. Thunder's Fury to push Mystic out of position. It's going to work. It's going to take him down as well. He was stuck in the middle of site, and Boaster can't get out alive. Well, he can get out. He's got cover. I thought Meadow was going to run it all the way down. Now they're going to once again move together. It worked in the last round, and it started out the same way with Boaster picking up the opening. Tom getting a little bit worried here. Vova's very low on HP as well.
Again, it seems like a lot of this comes down to how Nukia is going to be able to play it. Hunter's Fury already used in the round and the pop flash to take that extra space, and this time there is nothing that he can do. It's going to be the 9-3, and there's one thing that actually I was a little bit surprised by, because so Meadow takes that position outside the door, right? But then they've heard the door close, and then he puts an alarm bot down. It's like, well, I'm sorry, bub, but they know you're there now. I know that it's obviously just like it gives him a position, it makes them vulnerable as they walk past, but it's like he has a surprise. Instead, he's sat in a corner, and they're going, well, he's there.
I do think as well, in such a narrow situation, you know, splitting in through the door, it is a huge risk, and putting down the turret in that situation almost guarantees your death, because they know you're isolated. They're going to try to come and fight you.
Come on, baby.
I guess just lapse of judgment in the moment. I've no doubt that, you know, sitting back, Meadow's probably like, shouldn't have pushed that door. But these are the things you'll learn after you do them. 9-3 is a powerful spot for Fnatic to play from, and more so when you remember this team has won every pistol round so far. 3 out of 3. They're undefeated this year in pistols. So G2, well,
have a big pass behind that util. He tried to take him out as they were denied by that space, and just got shot in the face for it. And now there's a reaction, a push straight through mid. Oh, they've opened themselves up. I don't know how that's the shot he connects, but Kellogg's doing what's needed of him. It is the battle of the Jets, though. Durka is going to go running through the smoke and meets his demise. Mystic has traded out onto Kellogg's and leaves just 2 players standing. The problem is, I think they want to fall back here, but Magnum's already in the site.
Yeah, and that spike's going to be down. Great shock dart of Vova left on a sliver of health, but he connects the headshot far too quickly. Brave has a player up close to deal with that. He can't even connect the shot. Vova pulls a Neo on that one. How does he dodge every single bullet? It's 9-4. G2 have picked up a pistol.
0 kills. He had 0 kills going into
that
round.
Yeah, I did say he had a bad start. I think he was like 0-7 at that point. But
Fnatic F flag.
It's a rocky first half. Hey, but look, honestly, at the point where you've got 3 rounds, like, It's like a silver matchmaking thing. You go like, it's your fault you haven't got a kill. It's like, bro, there's other people who have like 3. You know, it's not making that much of a difference. Me here with my utility supporting you. That shouldn't happen.
Okay. I don't know if I've seen that before. Just a straight collab with the Guardian.
No shields.
All right, G2 are getting into it now. They're getting into it. Hoodie started to step up to the plate. We've seen a round come out from Avova as well. Obviously, in this case, well, normally you say a team has bought nothing. It looks like Fnatic have actually bought nothing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're coming in here, conceding this round completely. It's something that it's very team dependent whether it's actually worthwhile going for that second round or not. I think it's something that, you know, even investing into sheriffs for a lot of teams at this level will make sense because they can win a lot of duels, but I think it speaks towards the respect that they're giving to G2, that they don't come in here and go, oh yeah, we'll win this one easy. With sheriffs, they're like, let's play the long game. Let's try to take it all the way. Don't let the 9-3 curse catch up to us.
I think also it's also just the fact that I think Fnatic have a lot of confidence in their full buys, which is normally a sign of what I would say is a better team. Like you might be very good pistol players, but your full buys are the bread and butter of the game. If you're confident that you can win those, then you don't really need to take the same level of risks going into these sort of force buy pistol rounds, especially if you don't have a plant. So we are going to see the rifles now bought up. Still not a bad purchase though on the other side of things. Like Guardian, Bulldog, even a rifle in there as well in the mix of the Phantom. So this is not like the easy sort of bonus round that you might normally play against. And this is bold from G2. They've taken...
You're just like cold-blooded.
Jade, cold-blooded? What a surprise.
Oh, let's go to Venice.
You guys wanna?
What, blow off school?
I can get with that.
I meant Saturday. I could borrow my uncle's pickup, hook it up to my RV, we could all hit the beach.
Sabar. Sabar.
Who's ready for beach fun?
Beck, this RV is so cool.
Oh, thanks.
And you, like, live in this?
Yeah, well, parked in my parents' driveway.
Hey, watch. Does it worry you that you never sweat? No. But what if one day all your sweat, like, builds up inside and you just explode? I would love that.
All right, it's starting to get hot in here.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's hit that beach. This way, people.
What's wrong?
I don't know, the door won't open.
Yes, look on my arm. See? And on my forehead. What's going on? What's happening?
You're sweating.
No, I'm not. I don't sweat. I am not sweating.
Look at me.
No.
Look at me.
No.
Look at me.
What?
You're sweating.
Have fun.
Everyone sweats.
Not Jade.
Having fun there? How can you not be sweating? I don't sweat. Everyone sweats.
Not Jade. Jade never sweats.
What do you mean she never sweats? Sweating is gross, so I don't do it. So what? You're just like cold-blooded?
Alongside it, Kellogg's looking to try and get a little bit more aggressive. They're going to disable his dash, and in fact, he's just going to run out of there. It's caught a little bit. They've been able to tag him, they have, and he's just going to sit back, try and fall away, but
Nice.
well played by
Nice.
all the opening duels going in their favor. Meadow finally gets one back for the defensive side, but it might be too little too late.
It may well be. They know exactly where he is. They're just buying time, though, allowing that plan to come through so they can get on with it, play into this 4v2 under crossfires.
Magnum udah dapat flank,
Run the
sabar.
clock down while Magnum makes his way up behind. I mean,
Nice.
they don't have to take any fights, and they don't. Hoodie peeking out, got shut down. And then eventually, a little peek into Meadow to close it. 10-7, double digits hit. Fnatic, well, They're only three away from closing out this series 2-0.
I really do like the little bait plays that Fnatic are doing, like that updraft, just to try and get him to focus in on that position, and then the other player comes in from behind. It's just cool little things that they're doing. But yeah, 10-7, huge entry kills coming through, but also they just had all the utility there to force Kellogg's into an awkward spot, and that was one of the things that I think almost changed the map in Icebox, was the fact that they were losing so many duels to him and having to fight back in scenarios that when Kellogg stopped basically just dominating, the map became quite a bit easier for Fnatic. For now though, he's going to have another operator online. Financially, G2 is still in an alright spot, and they've already got that B control and a player facing into mid, so I feel like Fnatic are going to have to try and reclaim some space here.
There's definitely a lot of risks associated with these late round rotates when you don't have anything around middle, when you've got all these blind spots. And we've already seen them be punished. I think that's where Fnatic are going to be very conscious, because remember, Kellogg's just pushed down mid one round with a Sheriff and completely ruined them because they had left mid open like that. Now Fnatic are playing this much more turtly. They've got a player watching for B and mid with that utility. And this is going to be a nice, comfortable A hit with a late lurk coming through from Magnum. Thing is, though, a Cosmic Divide, it makes things much easier for them not having to worry about the door, but there are already players pushed past it, and they weren't ready for that, but Evova's whipped. Luckily, his slack is picked up by the rest of the team.
Yeah, with how much space they had, the rotations could come in that little bit early.
They weren't ready for much easier for them not having to worry about the door, but there are already players pushed past it, and they weren't ready for that, but Evova's whipped. Luckily, his slack is picked up by the rest of the team.
Yeah, with how much space they had, the rotation could come in that little bit early. I feel like it's going to come where Fnatic have to battle for middle control, because in that round they almost left it that little bit more open and tried to just dry push in, and well, they're facing through all of the utility and more than half of the team.
Well, there you go. Rifle is going to be safely escorted through to the next round, but for the rest of Fnatic, it won't be a problem. They've got their nice buy up. They've got everything they want. G2, I feel like on the defensive side so far, you know, they're really allowing Fnatic to make a lot of the moves. And it's weird because in some rounds you've got Kellogg's pushing mid like with that Sheriff, but on the buys, aside from peaking the angles on range, they're not getting as aggressive as I was expecting they would be. Just knowing G2.
It's the same setup again. This time though, Fnatic have waited out a lot of that early utility. They're actually going to throw in a drone on the G2 side by the looks of it, almost just trying to bait things out. The swing, though, it's only going to be one for Hoodie. Nuclear looking like he wants to try and reface into this angle, because this is the main control they've had throughout the map, and I'm almost glad at this point that we're seeing Fnatic finally fight for it.
Yeah, I realize, you know, I sit aggression. I'm thinking more about middle, you know, getting down there, splits through, bar that one round. But Kellogg's, they've been pushing B main pretty much every round. They've been fighting for that, making Fnatic pay for that kind of control. But now it's G2 that pay, because, you know, as time goes on, this map, it doesn't get any smaller. They've got the same amount of players to defend it. Fnatic can just group up, hit the one site, and roll the dice, potentially have that advantage to play with. Gonna be the crossover on mid, and Fnatic definitely setting their eyes on A site, but there's so much here for G2 to defend.
Need that back.
30 seconds left. All of this utility still set up in position. Does actually get denied a little bit, but they've got the lockdown. They put it in. However, it's a side swipe onto Evover. He's eliminated almost instantly, and they're still going to stick out this plant. They're just going to try and stay within, and by the looks of it, only one player is going to get detained. Now they have that Cosmic Divide almost working in their favor, holding back this rotation just for that little bit longer, but it has a line to start the defusal. They've almost tried to set it up. It won't matter though. A nice idea from the side of G2, but this time the execution of Fnatic was too good.
And it was. And the funny thing is, you know, as you said, 30 seconds on short, they run into that utility, the alarm bot's hitting them. You've got a nano swarm exactly where Dirk had dashed into, but the timing was slightly off on it. Still, it looked like things were going to be good because the utility ultimately, although it didn't kill Dirk, it didn't damage him that much, it did stop his teammates from pushing with him. which was the important thing. Evolva, though, behind the box on A, did he forget his headset? Well, what happened? He didn't hear the steps, and maybe it was amidst all the commotion with he was just coming out of astral form, put the cosmic divide down, and I guess all those sound cues hitting him at once. Remember, you coming out of cosmic divide's kind of loud, right? Makes like a loud whooshing noise. There's gunshots. There's the divide. Yeah, he doesn't hear those steps. That cost them the round pretty much. Yeah. Allowing Durka, the thing that they had set up to counter was Durka being able to dash in, and then he was able to dash in. It's like, it really does just mess up your day.
Again, we've seen this utility spam into B, but as said, Fnatic have started to just wait, be a little bit more patient, and then deny the drone for information. So although there's going to be these late shock darts, Fnatic aren't actually really challenging for this control. They're almost just trying to play this in the early round as if, okay, you can't now gamble. You can't take those rotations back in the other direction.
Oh, wow, we said G2 have been fighting for B main control. This round's a little bit more passive from them in it. But as they shoulder peek in, a lot of players are spotted. They now know there's a bunch of enemies in here, but that doesn't deter Nuki either. He's just going out for it, and he's winning them. He's already got 2 inside the lockdown, dealing so much damage. G2, they've got a leg up in this, but they have lost the sight. Don't. Oh, Kellogg's, you lunatic!
No way! He actually gets away with that. The swing through, and then Boaster can't do anything either. Mystic has at least managed to drop him, but he's also being flanked and still obviously suppressed. Tries to bait someone into a swing, but it doesn't work out. Good hold from the side. Just managed to away with
Oh, 2, but that doesn't deter Nuki either. He's just going out for it, and he's winning them. He's already got 2 inside the lockdown. Deal site.
Udah pintu udah ketutup apa? Nonit anjing.
Don't.
Oh fuck.
Oh, Kellogg's, you lunatic!
No.
Nice dudes.
Just friendly.
Good teammates.
This has damaged Fnatic a lot, though. I'm still looking at that Blade Storm on Durka, and well, we all know that can completely change the round. Again, though, they're expecting this same sort of setup, but with no utility put in early into B main, you can see a little bit more hesitance, and because of that, Hoodie's now gained some space into mid. Pushing through this smoke, we've already seen how that goes for Brave on the previous half. It's probably not the best of ideas, but holding within it might be able to stop some of those early pushes.
Here.
Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah.
Very, very drawn out round with a minute left. Barely any action going down as Hoodie receives almost 150 through the wall. A headshot, I'm pretty sure connected. He's alive and he's out of there. The getting aggressive at just the right time. Kellogg's has such a good read of like how his opponents are breathing on the map, right? When they start to extend out, he perfectly times that with when he's pushing and catching them off on a really consistent basis. It's incredible, the sort of game sense that he's got to work with.
Oh, he actually activated the nano sword just before he gets suppressed. It's going to be the pot flash from Boaster, but it hasn't caught up over in the corner. And again, this crossfire on the A site is ever so deadly. It leaves Mystic alone, and by the looks of it, well, he's at least going to get himself one. I don't think there's going to be anything else.
Well, there we go. Closed out nice and neatly, 11 to 10, and you see why. 9-3 scoreline, you win the pistol as that team at 3, and all of a sudden it's kind of winnable if you're going on to the defending half here on Ascent, right? It very much depends. If it was flipped around and Fnatic had gotten the opportunity to play defense now with 9 rounds, you know, a little bit of a different story for sure. But that's one thing that I think a lot of people in Valorant, and I think it took us a long time coming from CS, you really have to realize this game, you can come back in this game. It's a lot more common than it would be in others.
Well, yeah, I think momentum is far worse for sure for the team that's on the other side of it, because ultimates are going to come up a lot more for the team that are winning a lot of these rounds. And the economy game, I mean, you can get some pretty nasty streaks going. Kellogg's with early aggression, but I think he has looked a little bit more tempered in his aggression. Like, he will fall back and not take anywhere near as many risks. We're seeing multitude of Hunter's Furies thrown out. The counter seems to have worked better, and while Brave is only going to manage one, it is a slaughter on the B site. While Brave with his only kill, nice kill onto Avova. This might actually give him a path back on towards the A site. Of course, there's still a lot of utility available there that could at least slow him down a little bit. And with the rotation, more of that's going to become active, but he's going to go fast.
You know, all the way through, they might not expect him here just yet. Although, look, they've slowed down. They're being cautious. They know the control they've given up. Good read by G2 and really well handled round. 11-11, we are tied up, and G2 have a chance to bring us to map 3. This was always known as G2's map, but I mean, not much remains of that of that era. In fact, nothing does anymore.
And what Fnatic are now going to take themselves a pause. Like, they need to try and fix something here, because the last few rounds, not only have G2 had an incredible read, but their utility has been on point. They've been able to leave pretty much everything from Killjoy over on that A site every single round. And that's the thing, when you have a Killjoy, a lot of the time you talk about how you're going to rotate that player and switch their spots, but G2's defensive hold is so good they don't need to. They're doing well on this B site, locking it down with KO utility in combination with Sova, and so they haven't had to take any of those risks. The only player that's really done anything of the sort is Kellogg's, because he's just roaming the map and looking for fights. So Fnatic need to try and find a way in, and at the moment, I would say the only way that they've found anything is through mid.
Yeah, essentially. I'm seeing a lot of pings go down on the map in mid, so they might have a similar idea. In this round, it looks like decision has been made to play this one light. A Guardian in the hands of Brave, a Stinger for Durka. Obviously likes it with Durka's dashing action. This should be G2's round. We most likely are looking at 12-11. Fnatic are going to do their best to make this one count, and as we said, the rifle of Brave Af is the one that we're looking at to do most of the damage.
Oh, the crossfire in mid. Solid. They were ready for this sort of play, watching in that direction. They have, however, caught Hoodie, and if somehow these trades work out in their favor, well, maybe there's a chance. The problem now is the position of the spike. Marvova's got a little hidey hole to sneak into. Meadow even is going to close out the round, and G2 have themselves a 12.
Now match point. I mean, from 9-3 to this, definitely not what most people would have expected, but defensive side ascent, G2 win pistol. Well, we knew the possibilities were there, but fair play nonetheless for bringing us all the way back. One last chance for Fnatic to close this out, at least to bring us to an overtime and attempt to do it there. Otherwise, we'll be going all the way on to map 3, which, as you can see on the top of your screens, will be split to decide between these two teams. And that's if G2 win this round. We have got Noden coming out. Thank you, Nuki, for kicking it off.
I saw him spend a lot of cash, so I wonder if he's got a backup gun just in case that doesn't work out. Hot flashes through mid, Cosmic Defy thrown in as well. Of course, the information's still going to be there, but they should expect this alarm bot at this stage. Even still, though, they will know that he's there. Avova trying to play on the edge of it. And they know that realistically, the spike plant, if it is going to come in, they have to go through, and Durka just takes his head clean off. There's a swing out from Kellogg's, though, and he brings it back into their favor. A second and a third as well, as it's now just one man standing in Boaster. It looks like we are heading to split.
Itu ulti apa? Itu ulti apa? Itu ulti apa?
This guy's defensive side operator getting aggressive and fine. And then eventually, a little peek into Meadow to close it. 10-7, double digits hit. Fnatic, well,
Anjing gede juga itu Saweria gue ya. Ntar. Cengok. Bengong. Oke, boleh. Waduh. Nonton diri sendiri lah tuh kaget punchen enggak. Astaga. Sudah kalau lagu ya. Yang ini favorit Jepang. Emion gak sih? Ya, Emion banyak copyright. Kan tadi udah anjing. Rasanya split ya anjing. Aduh, split ya Fnatic sih nggak tahu ya. Kadang ulol. Kadang ulol. Inilah. If you can win this, kalau lo bisa menang lagi gitu, bisa lah. Bokurawa inoch naiga ki erosono BO3 ya. Kalau the peronnya udah tadi berapa? Enggak minus, belum minus lah enggaknya. Tinggalin, ayo gapnya tinggiin lah anjing, 13-0. Halu, gitu kuat anjing. Tadi banyak miskom aja. Gua enggak, waduh. Iya, namanya corona dayo yo. Maka surusin adora temiro. Kakai senai sawa hisai nata e bokurawa Suzukete Sunai Dayuko. Anjing. Jigoku ja aromaeda. Sunday. Gak pernah ada lagi anjing Fnatic main. Gak perlu scrim lah ini. Nih, big match anjing. Gimana gak nonton ini tadi? Yo. Supermassive Blast ya. Supermassive Plus lumayan. Siapa aja sih? Gak gue kenal sih lan, cuman gue pernah denger at least. Yap. Ya, not bad aja Supermassive Blast. Fnatic Asen 26. Wih, lama banget nih. Wajib jam 1. Kenapa sih jam 1 mulu Fnatic? Pas lagi big match tuh jam 1. Ini jam 1 lagi. Bentar. Jam 1. Jam 1. Gih, awas ya reba. 1 nih. 1 Onasen. Nathan 1 lagi lawan Guild. Lumayan tuh. 1. Hari-hari jam 1 ngentot. Aduh, hisoto zen harawareta sono mama dashita kirana kata koto oshi ete kurata. Oke lah. Suyoku okina karawari. Ambil bang. Ujoni bikin jurus sayang kayo kisaku. Iruruna osore takaru. Sabar. kontrol di awal doang sih tadi. All in gak sih? All in lah anjing kalau gini. Sabar. Lawannya minta all in anjing ini. Oke banget. Kontrolnya kayak gitu anjing, minta di all in pakai Electro Wizard sama Goblin Dart doang. Minta di all in lagi. Enggak sih, dia bukan minta di all in, emang dia udah nyerah ini adalah. Pak nyerah gitu doang anjing. Ini minta dikasih ayam pak. Nih pakai deck itu ya. Sumpah ini bagus buat nge-counter Arda. Starter day bagus. Goblin. Langsung gue ini kan. Itu pasrah sih ya. Karena sih ya kalau gue lulus gue gue lebih pintar dari itu ternyata. Bang, sumpah anjing. Kalau dia nge-spawn langsung, nah iya harusnya gitu. Bingung anjing dia. Inonina bokra chiwa suyoga te warau yo wa musna sabishi no ni hei kira furi usi te irono wa kuzu no kite sumai so na jibun wo mamoru tame nanosa bokra janai harusa yo no nai o kimochi wo Baso no nai o roku gue masih kurang tuh makanya. し歩いてゆこうもう二度と本当の笑顔を取り戻すことできれないかもしれないかももう色あったけど大切な日先の高さ支えられもう一度信じてみようだと思い出した Good. Secara sadar loh gue pakai gituan datang ngeng cara counter run gampang gitu decknya cuma deck ini nggak efektif nonina aha boka chua suyo gate warau yo wa musda sagishi no ni hei kira furi ushite ero no wa kuzuni uchite shumai shona jibun wo ma 6 doang Dashi deshite どうせならこれからは一緒だより胸の張り自分という人間を歌い続けようanjing gila juga tuh gua damage-nya gede juga santai banget dah emang nice lah yaこんな時に君の愛してるだけでかや夢の空手のすべて心地さ強いた何かバランスのとても溢れちゃうやとりあえず今日はバラの花に願い込めてさバカな夢で踊ろうaduh displayことなんて惹かれないと決めた技だから悔しいや寂しいさどうしたいの部屋の明かりへ目が目見てしてさどうでもいい夢を見よう明日は二人過ごすななんて考えるけどないしだんだんとずんずんるだけmati gua ayah nanda kayak ada malaikat
Much worse.
Absolute disaster, yeah. The way they've managed to make it out of there, I'm seeing coming through on Kellogg's, which
Magnumnya
makes sense.
Viper
He's
Mystic.
just 3 orbs away, or ult
Ente
points rather,
banget.
away from grabbing himself a Blade Storm.
Nggak
So
bisa
he
pikir.
buys the Vandal here, gives himself a good opportunity. Evolve has decided to take a
Ayo
pistol.
boretel,
Fair
Sasuni
play.
Akira.
I think it makes sense as well though, playing the smokes. He's going to be removed from a lot of the action. He's going to be trying to
Lebih ke taker gak sih?
trying to assist kills more so than get involved in them here in the attack. At least you would think so. He's holding mid and taking a lot of swings.
Mystic has tried to slow the push in. It has delayed a lot of the early presence. Durka as well is going to find that initial frag, and the trade's still going back thick and fast, though. A little bit of an awkward spot now for Durka to be in, but luckily he's got teammates alongside him. That's not what he meant to do.
Yeah, that's not the nade he was looking for. He's got the reload off at least. The flash popped, and there's the swing. Oh, that was very nice
Mahal
indeed.
banget sih. Mereka pada beli gak sih?
Ult and Boaster deserve.
I mean, kan.
Fantastic. For kill. Swings.
Durka
Swings.
peeks out and kills everybody off. A good return to form. Important one at that, especially the way the round was going initially. G2 made it incredibly costly, but also had a very real chance of actually already seen Fnatic do that across both maps so far. Split, that's not something that you'd want to see if you're a Fnatic fan.
Yap.
No, not at all.
Betul.
For G2, you're a Fnatic fan. Across both maps so far, and on the attack side of Split, that's not something.
Betul.
Them just yet. Now, a player was spotted outside. It was Nukia. Not sure if anyone else got seen by the knife, but they're certainly suspicious of this kind of push coming through. The snakebite does very little to deter them, though. They just keep on steaming forward.
They wanted to deny the orb. Like, Kellogg's was one away from getting his Blade Storm, so they're just trying to stop that from coming online a little sooner, and now he's been dropped the rifle. Like, he initially started things off with a pistol, but instead they're trying to set him up in order to get that online, and actually they're gonna go straight into Brave! That is the worst gun you could have met in that position.
I honestly, Nuki was lucky to get out of there alive.
Nice.
That nade landed just a second, a fraction of one, after he had crossed out from heaven. Dirk is gonna leave. And that is open space for G2. They're going to capitalize on that right away. At least they're going to try, but those steps are being heard. Dirk is pushed down mid, and he's going to completely cut them off. He's letting them by. He knows the timing now is perfect. They're still watching forward, conscious that he could be coming. But again, they're not going to see him. He has the angle and drops Nukia. Ult goes through, and there's Meadow down and out. Spike in main. Round is over. Volvo would have to perform a miracle to get this one planted.
Yeah, he's just going to try and fight them, but even still, there's another player elsewhere, and Durka is just not losing a duel at the moment. We've always raved about his jet, but, well, I think you're seeing evidence already just within the first few rounds that his raise is just as good, maybe even better.
Yeah, I mean, look, not a lot there that he couldn't have done with the jet either, though, right? He's just pushing down mid slowly. It's the reading of the space, of the timing on these rotations, and once he heard those steps, it was over and done. I guess you couldn't do that with a jet, but it's more so the fact that I reckon he could have killed Meadow too. It's a fight, but the ult comes in handy in that moment for sure. Altogether gorgeous stuff, and we're up and away. Nukia is up through mid and trying to fight them before the rounds even started.
It seems like Magnum's more than aware, though. He's fallen out of ropes, given up that control, and just allowing them to play with it, especially knowing that this is likely a weaker purchase coming out from G2. There's not really any need for this. Actually, the jump across allows of over the
nice
hill.
banget, Durka.
Okay. Okay, now, what's that?
Running sprayed through smoke. That's something, isn't it? And he's going to be upset with that. Magnum's got a good angle here, but they're checking it too. G2 are being so conscious of these ratty little angles that Fnatic are trying to catch them off guard with. They'll get onto the site, they'll receive a plant, and well, they've got the advantage to play with. Durka has been heard moving into heaven, so that information still stands that they know where both these players are.
Mystic will make sure that heaven control is at least clear, and while Meadow has the information that they're trying to fight back in towards the ramp. The positions right now from G2 are decent, and Mystic, he doesn't even have much ammunition within his gun.
Nice banget, Mystic anjing.
Actually gets out of there. leaving things into a 2v2. The res straight away brings Kellogg's back, but he'll know that there's a couple of players in this position. Unfortunately, there was absolutely nothing he could do about it, and Durka has no choice but to save.
A good attempt, really, but once that res comes through, it's just too safe. 3v2 time on their side. Durka's miles away now, looking to save this weapon. He'll do so successfully. No one really close by. But the rest of the team's economy, I'm not too sure where that's at. But, you know, when you're on split defensive side, you can make it work. Even if you've got some weaker credits in there, I imagine we'll see likes of some judges or something like that coming out. We've already seen it used for the Heaven Hold, but it was unsuccessful.
Brave's been using it in most rounds. It's just grotesque. Like, if you're over on the other side, it's like, well, what do I even do against that?
After such a bad first half to the previous map, you know, you just want to get into this new agent, new map, forget about it. You know, hey, I got a kill, and then you get running sprayed through a smoke. Like, it's gonna be feeling. Oh, that's an aggressive push coming out of Fnatic.
Okay. He's got res.
No, can't res.
He's not gonna get the chance to use it. UK trying to find the player on Spice. He is going to be able to find it. And not really anything coming through from UK.
They know.
An ult that gave him some space, but the space is worthless.
And he knew there was a player on site. He decided not to kill that player so he could come into spawn and maybe catch them off guard. Even though they knew he was there, though.
Oh, dear.
Oh, no. Oh, what? I've never seen anyone win that fight. Not like that. At least he gets shut down afterwards. They know where Nukia is, and the spike is down on a different map practically as far as Nuke is concerned. 50 seconds.
Masih di sini ya? Maafkan gua. Nih sebenarnya nggak berguna sih, cuman nggak sadar lah. Timono mama.
It's going to be very difficult. Now, Magnum, there's no way he expects this, but, well, he's not going to be quite
you
as
better
lucky
than that.
as Meadow was on those ropes and won't get anything for it. 3-3, a break back from the side of Fnatic, and, well, the economy on the other side's not fantastic, but it will still work.
Akhirnya misi kembali.
Well, an important round, and it almost flips because of a man sliding down a rope, killing someone. Gave him so much control. Brave did well to grab two there, and it was before the grab well or any of that even came in. You know, none of that was live and online. The decision to go for the res afterwards as well. Fnatic 3-3 in a comfortable enough spot. You're going to use a Viper's Pit very early on to take control of A.
Now straight up mid again. We see G2 battle, and again Brave is waiting on the other side. Could be anything found within the smoke early. It's been a battle that Nuclear has won, or whoever's been waiting outside that B site has won quite often, mainly because of the aggression of Mystic looking for those players outside and looking for the map control ultimately. But for now, ended in a little bit of a stalemate, and yeah, you could just see it's so ratty. It's just like, yeah, go on, you know I'm here. I know I'm here, but who's going to make the first move?
It's the man behind the Bucky FC strategy. Well, what can we say? Can't really be surprised.
The history.
Oh, Mystic. That's unfortunate. The push comes out of Brave. He can't really stay up there. He's just going to get killed from sight, and instead he gets killed from mid. Very patient play from G2. Like I said earlier, they're ready for these ratty plays, but when it comes to heads-up duels here, Boaster's at least gotten a leg up as he moves towards the site.
He's going to be caught in the corner with the paranoia and the swing out from Nuke. It's an easy dunk, leaving Magnum. And the problem is his position is one where he will almost indefinitely get flanked if he actually tries to go for anything here. You can see the sneak up coming through from Meadow, and, well, with the time already ticking, chances of winning the round is nigh on impossible. I think he's just going to try and hold onto the gun and maybe catch someone on the way out.
Best opportunity, really. At least make it costly. I mean, just take a look at G2's credits, and remember, you tap scoreboard, you can see that in the game. Fnatic know that there's not really a lot working for G2 here after the investment. If they could drop, you know, 1 or 2 more rifles, it would have been great. It would have kept that economy low, but Meadow has avoided death and dealt it to Fnatic, leaving the lead into G2's hands. Lots of rifles to play with, and Fnatic have got practically nothing. Now it's defensive side. They can still have giving those opportunities away. Every peak that they take, if there is an associated risk, they use utility to mitigate it almost every time.
I think the only person that's really been able to negate that has been Durka. Just his aggressive plays have been the only real success for Fnatic so far, and any other form of aggression... I was about to say he gets caught, but there you go. Any other form of aggression... I was about to say he gets caught, but there you go. That was barely even aggression. Aggression.
I don't know, you can call that
was already
aggression.
dead.
The man was behind a wall. There's aggression though, and they're running straight down. Durka is the man to do the damage with the sheriff in his hands, but his teammate falls, and so the advantage sticks towards the attacking side, who's already pushed out and received the B site. Control is all theirs, and Meadow's even lurking. You're a ratty player, Meadow. He has ruined Durka's day.
Spike planted.
Boaster, I don't know if he even realizes that a player's gone in towards the spawn, and while Magnum is probably sick of it at this point, that he's playing the A site, because there has been very little pressure there over the last few rounds, which is interesting because a lot of the time I feel like teams would almost shy away from hitting into B because it can be incredibly tough to try and break through all of this utility. Fact is though, G2 are doing an incredible job, and 5 rounds already on the attacking side of this map. I'm starting to get very worried for Fnatic.
Oh yeah, let's say that plainly. G2 cannot win any more rounds at this point. You know, they've already had a fantastic half. The foundation's built for what, even without a pistol round, can still be a pretty decent defensive side coming into the next. But then you add to that, you know, there's plenty of rounds left to play with, and Fnatic are once again backed into a corner economically. Now they do have a lot of ultimates, and Dirk is about to get his online as well. But the fact is, if they lose this round, they do not have money for the next one. And so G2 can snowball this game out of control. Comebacks are possible, but you do not want to be coming back on attack side split.
Okay. Nice start from Kellogg's, just taking this aggressive fight to the opponents. But that's the thing. He's almost just being used as bait. The pull is going to be in towards this beast. Side. A straight TP to the back of site will grant them that backside control, and although the full rotation has now come in from the remaining players, is there much they can do about it?
Well, they've at least got to slow down, but it hasn't slowed G2 from making it to the site. The showstopper about to end any hope of Buddy getting in there. Okay, the spray goes a little bit out of control towards the end. 5-4, good recovery by Fnatic, a much needed round. Another very heavy cost though. They used the showstopper in that one, and although it didn't, you know, win them the round necessarily, it is now gone. It's out of play, and that could be a very valuable piece of utility, you know, missing for the next couple of rounds. He used to secure it here though, so it's worthwhile.
Yeah, to be honest, with how many kills Durka is getting at this point, he'll probably be online in a couple of rounds anyway. So I guess it's not that much of a detriment. And that round, as you said, it's hugely valuable. The problem is, with how well G2 has been doing at keeping things clean on their attacker side, they have plenty for this buy. Kellogg's even going to have an operator, which is not something he's really been utilizing so much so far.
He was out staring at a lamppost. Here we go. Nuki is on his way across now, but he's not going to be able to find Brave. Good early fight for Fnatic. They're going to maintain control of Heaven. They've got still a very nice A-hold with information. They're jiggle peeking for the players coming out ramp, and they were wide peeking for the players coming out B main, but Kellogg's was a man on a mission, taking that kill they know. And Fnatic don't have a res right now, so that's an opening duel that they can back away from happily. Evolva needs to be careful though.
Boaster's going to be able to get back that information. Evolva will be suppressed, but it's him backing away, and more importantly, the rest of the players are starting to build up outside of this A site. There has been a very aggressive push. This time though, look at Brave. He's all the way up through the back of B. He might even catch Evolva in mid. Evolva has no idea that he's going to be there, and I believe that, oh no, the smoke did at least go off. So they'll be able to catch it, but it won't matter. Magnum spam gets another, and now the time is ticking.
They can't even get the spike. You know, there was a snake bite inside a poison orb. You do not push into that, you will die. And that lesson learned the hard way. A couple players tagged up. They're going to back out and try to save this with low time on the clock. G2 stopped again. The question is whether they get away with these weapons or not. There's no chance the round goes their way. At this point, I don't think there's any chance that Fnatic push them. They're going to save these rifles through.
Mystic has got to feel like so cursed at this point that every time he has pushed B, he has died, and the one time that Brave does it, he wins them the entire round. Like, you just got to be infuriated. Like, he takes down their controller, and then he locks them into the back of the site and basically tells the rest of his team exactly what's going to be happening there. So 5-5, good recovery from Fnatic. Still economy a little bit shaky, but it's in a spot where they'll probably be able to buy until the end of the half at least. And on the other side, the saved weapons are actually going to... locked down, especially when it's played by an Astra in combination with a Sage. But they have, well, especially Nuclear has done a great job of finding those opening kills. The fact is now, it seems like Fnatic have adapted a little bit to at least be able to lock it down. I think they've had Durka as a slightly faster rotator than they did before. And the A site, it's been a decent hold all the way throughout. So if your initial play is no longer working, what's going to be the adaptation there? And that's what I want to see out from G2.
Well, no surprise that we're seeing an early Viper's Pit in such a pivotal round. Fnatic are going to invest that to have a much lighter hold on the A side, but that means they've got to deliver on B. This is where they've put most of their resources. Same hold up on top of Cat, but this time they've got a nasty position by Mystic, who got boosted up here to start things off. We saw him jump into the corner just before we switched off, and obviously this is the fruits of that work. They've got to maintain control over Heaven. There's no way they give this up. Not when you've got a player tucked where he is. Oh, Mystic.
Nice banget Mystic anjing.
And Durka assists with another. The Heaven play not even going to come through. That spike is now dropped on the floor, and G2 need to rethink this approach.
Yeah, I don't even know how you come back from that. Like, the spike being down in this position with a wall that locks you out from the site, at least for the moment. Like, Mystic can almost use that to his own advantage. And he has a crossfire with other players from the site to make sure that they can't get anywhere near this. A site, of course, is now completely clear, but it's irrelevant at this stage. And as said, there is so much utility on the side of Fnatic that they could hold them out for the remainder of the round.
Well, they've at least got the spike over. He misread that by a second or two, but he's made it out with his life. And the smoke goes back down. 15 seconds, they're out. They've got to save. Yeah, there's no other choice.
Yeah, it's one of those cheese plays. I also think that G2 got very unlucky with the exact play that they decided to make, because it was like, if you put the wall down normally, you're going to check the left-hand side because it's logical. You're going to go, okay, we wall the right, and then we check left. Instead, because you've walled the left, you check the right, and so you're instantly dead because you didn't expect that player to be able to see you at all because of the little like boost up that they did in the early round. So it was almost like Fnatic had the perfect counterplay to exactly what G2 wanted to do, and it was just coincidence.
At this point, I think G2 are feeling a little bit restless. You know, it's not nice to lose that many rounds in a row. Can start to make you reconsider things, play a little bit differently. Nuki's not going to make it up into Heaven this time, but he is right down below them, and they have no idea. A man behind enemy lines, giving them the opening, the advantage to play with G2 wanting that 6th round, but they've lost Kellogg's. The res will come through. Luckily, he's down below, so they can't even spawn. That's worked out quite well.
Nice banget Mystic itu dapat dari mana?
They need to clear him over. Holding the back lines with an operator. He's actually going to get legged up. He's got to be a little careful now. And actually going to try and sneak him behind them. I thought for a second he might have just thread the needle, but instead Magnum is there waiting and watching as they now look to try to sneak back through. Mystic watching the flank, leaving just 2 players surviving over on that other side. One of them is Hoodie, and he's going to use that Cosmic Divide to his benefit, sneaking through, picking off a first, and now Meadow needs to try and make a play of his own, just sneaking back through the corner. Another one comes up. It's all on to Hoodie! Up with 4 kills. What a round from him and G2.
Wow. All right, 6-6 at the halftime, and a well-deserved round out of G2. They hung in there for quite a while. It was a bumpy ride towards the end, but such is the attack side on Split. That's very much what we were warning about coming into this map. But now, with 6 rounds, the foundations are, I mean, they are strong. You've already got the first floor built. All they got to do now is put in the final tweaks. This pistol round would certainly help them out with it. A remarkable clutch by Hoodie on that backside, though. Especially where he was. It's a wall-bangable position.
Well, that's the thing. It was a decent retake. I actually, it's the curse. It's the curse of the Cosmic Divide. Like, I feel like that actually gave him enough space to play around. Otherwise, he probably would have been dead. And it was mainly used, I think, to more so section off Meadow and just isolate him as a teammate. But instead, it ended up completely working against Fnatic.
Oh, there's 2 players, 3, 4 spotted. That's a lot of information. Evova's going to get a smoke out before he's getting hit by that knife. Playing with utility out there, Nuki didn't seem to think they'd be that close already. Fnatic have just overrun A, and this is going to be a free plant.
Okay. Hoodie's definitely feeling it after the last round. He brings things back into a workable position. They've still got a clear Brave who is just trying to hold on to that ramp control. And in fact, he's got his whole team with him. The swing might be a little bit of a surprise, but they're actually winning every single duel that goes their way. The reclaim doesn't work, and now only 2 remain.
In fact, only 1. That flash not quite landing onto everybody. We are going to see the defuse for G2. As I said, the pistol carries an immense value when you're already at 6-6. Getting a leg up on the defensive side now. This is looking very scary for Fnatic. They have got a big task ahead of them to make this work, and it starts in the next round, really. In this one, it should just be a write-off of an eco.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. Oh. Okay, both are just baiting. I see him buy a Spectre shields, and I'm like, oh, maybe they're going to try and risk it. They did get a plant.
Nope.
Oh, okay. There we go. They are going to risk it. Risk it for a biscuit. Try and bounce straight back already. Kellogg's not going to be able to dash out of there, but not far enough forward that's going to cause too many problems. Going back, that's the thing. They don't know that this is a full investment up from Fnatic. Boaster actually gets one with a frenzy.
Oh, you are so nasty. I think someone was peeking there with the classic when they had a rifle. But either way, they concealed the kind of buy that they had until they allowed that extra risk to be taken by Kellogg's. You know, he's like, I can turn around and get one here. And as he sticks around, overstays his welcome. Who comes barreling through that wall? But 3 Spectres just spraying him down. He's flashed. He doesn't know what's going on, where he is. I mean, that is if that had hit him. If he watched it come all the way down mid and then it just got him in vent, that would be beautiful.
It was tracking him. There's a few low players, but this would still have to be one for the ages for the remaining players of G2. Nice start from Nuke. Gets out of there without really taking any damage either. And an extra kill here would grant him a nade, which could be enough to pick off one more. Now Brave is still in this corner. Hasn't been able to escape just yet, and Boast is so desperately low that there's not really going to be much option for a trade. It's on to Nuke to try and do it all, leaving it down to just a couple left.
Right, Nade.
The time starting to tick away, and they almost line up for him. So deadly in every single scenario, but this time the round's Fnatic's.
I mean, the attempt at fighting back into that from Nukia it was masterful. And the difference there between victory and a loss, I mean, look. And
they almost line up for him. So deadly in side of things. They're going to have to come back into this with pistols. Now, Nukia is not that far away from getting his ult online, which, yeah, it's fairly ludicrous considering they managed to lose that round, but it's one of the only ways I really see them winning this. If he can somehow get that into play. For now, though, Fnatic taking their time, not over-facing. They know that they've just won a round of four, so probably going to play this one a little bit safer, and while they're rewarded for it.
Well, the Vova gone. I mean, plenty of options for Fnatic. Only one player was spotted super passive. I mean, you see him Mystic outside A, doesn't indicate anything that needs to rotate. With the pistols, it's likely that they just group up, right? Try to stick together, use the numbers to their advantage. Fnatic are going to counter that by doing the exact same. Just guarantee they can trade from this point out, and it's home free. And indeed, heaven's clear, side's clear. They know at this point that, yeah, they've picked the right side.
Yeah, this comes down more so to what G2 can do on the exits. Keeping these pistols into the next round serves no value. You're not looking at players investing into much else either, so they can steal a gun away, or more importantly, stop the Fnatic guys from keeping every single one of their weapons. That's more important for them, or even just getting closer to some of those ultimates. Now Magnum's about to have a lot of players pushing his way, and he handles it pretty well. Taking two before he falls, no chance for Meadow to claim anything else, and now it's left onto Kellogg's. Even a single kill here would be beneficial.
And that he'll be able to deliver on. But he needs to die. He's just gonna sprint forward, make them kill him. Oh. Yeah, I didn't expect him to be in the corner. Thought maybe they'd run away. Fair enough. He just wanted to catch that spike before it receded, and he was left there with the sheriff for the next round.
Yeah, we saw that from Scream earlier. He did so much damage that it didn't. I wouldn't even say it was that bad, but yeah, not ideal, that's for sure. But yeah, good read from Fnatic. They keep that one clean enough, I suppose. And now they're in a sort of weird quasi round, because it's not so much a bonus because they managed to win a force, but there are still some weaker weapons in there, and they can still invest into the next round. The more important thing though is they're actually very close to a lot of ultimates and even have a Viper's Pit available.
Certainly going to give you a boost in a lot of these late rounds. That's going to wall hack video, isn't it? Well, if Boaster's not cheating in this turn, wall hack video. Well, look, with all the control that Fnatic have right now, okay, the wall's up in B, but they're pushing it. I'm a little bit scared. I was more looking towards the A side for combat, but different ideas in the camp of G2. They're just running on in, looking to take these weapons down. A strange time to do it when they've got the bonus to play effectively, right? They've got those weaker weapons in hand. Oh no! The distraction in B mains left Kellogg's caught off guard, blindsided. The site falls easily after losing Heaven. G2 are left with no choice but to save, right? 2v4? Then I see Nuke is online. This happens every time. I'm like, oh, okay. He'll sit around, try to find some kills, and they might win.
It's funny as well because his teammate is already gone. So I know we're saving, and he's like, there's still a chance. Do you not believe in me, you fool?
What if 3 of them pushed me? I would have killed them all and we'd win.
He's like, and then Meadow on the other side, so you're coming to save? And he's like, shut up. Oh god. Yeah, I feel like a lot of that round just came down to a little bit of tunnel vision from Kellogg's. Like, it just so ready to try and catch the players as they pushed out of main. He didn't realize that he was the only player actually left still defending middle, so could have come down to communication. As said, it could have come down to just tunnel vision. And while 9-7 up, we were looking at this as an incredibly good half out from G2, a pistol win alongside it, and now, well, perfect timing, tactical pause.
Definitely the timing to call in that pause for G2. You don't let Fnatic run away with this. Remember, we said the advantage there for G2 at 6-6. They win the pistol. It's like, oh, this is home free. You know, you've got a leg up in it. It's gonna be very tough for Fnatic to recover. And then they came in the next round and won 3 in a row. So, you know, if there's one thing we've learned, it's that, you know, it's not predictable. These teams are not predictable. Boaster's also had a weird switch, right, from the previous maps. He's been unreal in this series so far, but definitely struggling when it comes to a lot of these duels. Although I think a lot of that is down more so to it being split.
Yeah, I feel like there's so much more of a focus as well on your calling. And I think on this map in particular, especially going into their attacking side, he's going to be a really vital spot because the compositions differ by the fact that the double duelist on the other side, you have both Nuket and Kellogg's pushing and pulling both sides of the map, trying to find those opening kills. They're very reliant at the moment on Durka. Now, that's an okay player to be reliant on, but one of the reasons they brought in Brave was to support him on a lot of maps. On this map, doing that with the Sage on the attacking side, it doesn't really work as well. So that's where Boaster will need to step up to the plate.
Granted, Durka does also need to play a lot of the entry, right? Especially on the attack side. But when it comes to defensive side, yeah, you need to put up the numbers there. It's what we come to expect. Look at the credits for Fnatic right now. After just winning those just 3 rounds in a row. But after winning those 3 rounds, they're stacked up. Their economy is peak. Their ultimates are starting to come online as well. Things are going to feel comfortable. But I say that, look at G2's ult economy. It is dangerously close. And in a round like this, where you have 2 rifles, but if Nuki gets a kill, he has a showstopper. And Meadow, okay, well, not that excited about that, but Nuki could do a lot of damage and really turn the tides of this round.
Yeah, it might help them with their gamble at least. And right now, it seems like it's in the right spot. Trying to throw in this fake. I like it. Look how perfectly this has worked. They've got all of the utility, the stars being put down, the cosmic divide. They even have Boaster over there like, oh, look at this knife. Are you suppressed? Well, there's no one else here, lads. And they've even actually used a Viper's Pit. Probably not knowing that it may not be needed in this sort of round, but they are very well set up. That is how you sell a fake, ladies and gentlemen.
I actually think with these...
I like it. Look how perfectly this has worked. They've got all of the...
out, and then the other ultimates are here for the near future, right? For these next couple rounds. The key thing being that G2 are so close to so many ultis, that showstopper could come online any moment, and having something like this to play inside of can help you secure that round. You see that in the fact that nobody has died on Fnatic yet. They're still on the site despite these pistols rushing in. Eventually, though, they get a little bit too close. The time is low, though, so the round's already won. Ultimately, oh god, they've been ruined. They've been absolutely destroyed in those fights. Even though they have lost a lot of weapons, I think that Viper's Pit is what saved the round, really.
Yeah, they just played within it and baited out the time, and G2 just went, all right, you stay in there.
Lo mau lihat cara fake yang lo begini.
I like them.
He has a showstopper. And Meadow, okay, well, not that excited about that, but Nuki could do a lot of damage and really turn the tides of this round.
Biarin dia cuman satu info, yaitu Viper di sini.
Right now, it seems like it's in the right spot.
Keluarin utility lo.
Trying to throw in this fake. I like it. Look how perfectly this has worked.
Udah dapat info flash. Ada apa sih namanya ulti Astra. Bisa tambah Astra. Dua utility itu penting. Jadi kan nyari utility itu penting. Soalnya selalu abis lagi nggak mungkin mikirnya nggak line up, nggak mungkin pencils juga. Udah dapat info dua tadi dong. Soalnya pusing.
Fantastic position right now.
Itu juga detik berapa ini?
Look how perfectly this is working.
40 detik.
Ultimates are online. This is their best shot at stopping Fnatic from taking all the way, especially because Fnatic don't have their ultis either. They are sat here having to play a vanilla round against a stacked G2.
They have to win this. If they don't, it looks like it's over. Especially because although Fnatic lost all those players, financially they are fine. Like, they will buy into the next round no matter what. So it's definitely an important one. And again, it seems like a lot of this is going to be put onto Kellogg's shoulders, especially with no mid control. Like 4 players currently around B. Even if he does get the first kill, he's probably going to come under pressure elsewhere. Like this setup is incredibly bold.
Cypher almost got caught in that as well. If he got caught by that, he was done. Kellogg's is dashed back into 2 players after 1 kill. Showstopper's used. Little does Durka know, he doesn't need to use that in this round. They have the site, and I'm sure Fnatic are about as perplexed as we are to see that setup. And, well, it hasn't worked. Now G2 have to pick up the pieces.
This needs to be an impeccable retake, and while the ultimates they would have used are somewhat diminished, they might be able to at least try and bring back one. Mystic, he already gets the first. It's going to be traded out. Hoodie's actually found another, but the flash is solid from Boaster. and they now have that heaven control. And this is where things become so difficult. The main play is just going to be smoke and try and get onto that spike. Try and hold on. The flash is good, but they have the lineup. The ping onto the spike is not going to deny anything, and they know now that Avova's within this. Great setup from Fnatic, perfectly played by them, and I do have to question that a little bit from G2 because it looked like Fnatic basically just played them.
Listen, this is where I stand on that. This setup was not terrible from G2. It's a gamble. That's the problem. And the gamble didn't pay off. Now, the time that they have chosen to make that gamble at 10-7, their economy on a thin line, and you're seeing the results here. They're going to use a Blade Storm right away. Even with that, they don't have a full buy. Hoodie having to play with a Sheriff. All in all, G2 took a massive risk. And the reward, whilst it could have been good, I don't know that it outweighs what they're now going to have to play with to recover it.
Looks like they've got the gamble wrong again. This is another spot where basically one player is left to try and hold on to things. The rotation will at least come through, but as you mentioned, Hoodie is left with just a pistol. Okay, he's going to get himself one, and actually hits a pretty heavy tag onto the second of over. He's slowly being pulled out of position, and his spot might be given away in just a moment. Durka will take one, but here comes Kellogg's, looking to try and do this on his own, but the Knights have missed, and brought back into a 2v2.
They're pushing up Brave, though. The crossfires there. Mystic spotted, now stuck behind the wall. He's got to go out. Middle survives with a sliver of 8 HP and 8 rounds for G2. That is a lifeline of a round. If they lost that, it was game over, man.
I'm sweating for them. Like the amount of stuff that just seemed to go wrong initially. Again, just the clapback coming through from Kellogg's with that Blade Storm. He seems to be so strong with it at the moment with the fly through. Misses Kellogg's win.
That is a lot.
Sweating for. Basically, what it looks like close out this game. Instead, well, there is a purchase, but again, it's not a great one. There are pieces missing. You've got the operator, but you don't have the shields. You have pieces of utility missing for nuclear as well. So it really is another last-ditch effort.
Kellogg's taking a much more aggressive stance, and around middle, G2 will follow suit. Utility used to open some space. Those smokes, though, although they stop Fnatic, they're also stopping G2 from following up on this side that they're stacked on. It looks like they want Fnatic to push into them. Maybe they're content to just run down the clock. Looks like they're going to get exactly what they want, as Fnatic are creeping ever closer to middle.
Whoa. Brave getting a haircut for a second. Durka's managed to find one, but he's got his backup.
Nice.
We highlighted Brave as that supportive player. Well, he's just found such an impactful double. Kellogg's again is left alone to try and fight versus the might of Fnatic, and they might not even push him. They are slowly starting to back away, expecting the rotation to come in. They are, however, going to back straight into Meadow, who is waiting.
Oh yeah, he's spotting it. Helpser is already called. The rotate's coming on in. Meadow down below, able to at least catch one more. But now they're surely going to swarm him. He'll do well to stay alive, if at all. But no, he's down, and Kellogg's is a little bit late on that rotate. The spike will be planted. And a 1v3 commences. He'd already dropped his rifle in anticipation, ready now to play with this Vandal in hand. A really tough clutch ahead of him. He's going to be spotted. The barrel seen right away by Mystic. That's 12 for Fnatic.
Mereka nggak ada duit. Mereka nggak ada duit 1.900.
And this is the thing. Like, you've got Durka as the tip of the spear, but I'm giving him plaudits again. Like, Brave was so ready. He was just watching, just making sure that there was no way anybody could get aggressive and take down the star fragger of the team. And after that point, everything just fell apart. Like, trades back through the smoke. Fnatic now have their 12, and this is the damage mix. This is the main problem.
Apa? Sakel nggak ada, bubut nggak ada, upgrade nggak ada.
Not ones that you can
Ultimate
really use
cuman Omen
proactively either, unless you're going to basically try and run in, get a kill, and have the res. Like, it's just not going to work. So this is going to be a tough round, and they need it.
Well, they need every single one. That's the thing. Match and series point here for
Nice.
Fnatic, and they open it
Kill.
up by taking down Nukia.
Nice.
The pistols are doing
Let's go.
practically nothing. The
Nggak
rifles
bakal
follow
cok. Nggak
suit.
mungkin atau lawan 5 loh.
Last remaining
Atau lawan 5
man
dong.
pulled out of heaven.
Atau lawan 5
Fnatic have got
dong.
complete
GG
control of
dong.
this. Their whole team still
Nah,
alive.
udah setup dah. Lo bisa
Possible
post
clutch
plan tuh
ahead of
Magnum.
him. And what seems to be a successful
Udah clearly win
2022 for
anjing.
Fnatic.
Meadow is about to try and prove you wrong. A 1 versus 5. It does not seem likely. The time already starting to tick, and with the positions that are currently held, utility going to be disabled as well, and the G2 fans asking an impossible task of one of the new boys on the block, and I don't even know where he goes from here. Boaster's going for a knife. I think he saw Redguard do that earlier and was like, you know what, I can steal that one away. Instead, Brave, the new boy, is going to close things out. Fnatic will get their first victory on the board, a hard-fought one at that, and honestly, after seeing the matches today, I think we have some pretty open groups, Mitch.
Look at my guy.
There's certainly some discussion there. G2 delivered today. They did well, but it's these lunatics you're seeing on your screens that are responsible for the victory here. Definitely
Let's
deserved.
go,
At
my
the
boy.
end of the day, they played clean, and coming into split,
That's my
I'm
boy.
impressed by
That's
the
my
amount of
boy.
times they're able to come back. Like, they have a 6-round defensive half. They lose the pistol, win the game pretty convincingly. That's a rarity.
Yeah, they lost just 2 rounds, including the pistol going into that second half. A huge attacking side out from the side of Fnatic. And do you know what? I have a question, Mitch. How do you follow an in-game leader?